meeting number 50, which was suspended on Monday, February 13th, 2023. We are debating Madame Sinclair Desgagnet's motion in regard to contracts by public service procurement for the supply of COVID-19 vaccines. The Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel has prepared a note for the committee in regard to its power to send for papers and records. The note was sent by members, and there's also copies in both official languages on your desk. I will recognize Mr. Housefather, who caught my eye first, only because I think he's the new member. And then I'll turn to Ms. Shanahan. If you'd like to turn over to Ms. Shanahan, but I did catch Mr. Housefather first, plus he was whispering in my ear.
If she wants to go first and I go second, I'm okay with that too.
Go ahead, Ms. Shanahan.
First. She's a lady.
You see that courtesy and good manners is certainly not at a loss here. Chair, no, I just wanted to actually review the speaking order with you, but just to take up where we left off at the last meeting, I just wanted to reiterate my support for the independent work of the Auditor General and for the quality of the work of that office. I was rereading some of the testimony, and I, for one, very reassured with the, certainly there were tough questions that were asked and with the quality of the answers that were received, but I am open to hearing views from other members, and with that, I cede the floor to Mr. Housefather.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's a pleasure to be here with so many familiar friends and faces, and I really appreciate the committee having me. You are the greatest chair, and I think we are friends.
Chair, you can hear that now.
Although this chair is also excellent, I'm sure. I just haven't had the pleasure of being in his company yet, and in one of these meetings. So Mr. Chair, having the parliamentary secretaryship of PSPC, I had heard about the motion, and I think I wanted to present an amendment to the motion that I think will hopefully provide the committee exactly what it would like to have, which is the unredacted versions of the contracts. I actually, and my friend Mr. Macaulay will tell you, I actually do come at it from a principle that is somewhat unusual. I do believe committees don't exercise all of their powers that they sometimes have a right to exercise, and I do believe committees have a right to documents. But I think that there's a couple of other principles that I just want to lay out there as well. Number two is we want to make sure that confidentiality is respected with respect to the documents, and there are ways to do this that we have in our parliamentary precedent, which relates to looking at documents in a secure location like a SCIF. And those are ways that our friends in Congress in the U.S. look at confidential documents. It's a way that our committee that deals with national security looks at documents. And I think that would be a reasonable way for the committee members to look at the documents in a confidential manner without anybody worrying that confidentiality will be breached. The other thing that I was hoping that the committee would consider is the fact that we do, as the Government of Canada, not as members of Parliament, have confidentiality obligations vis-a-vis the suppliers. These were contracts that were signed at a highly unusual time, right at the beginning of a pandemic, when vaccines were very scarce, and the suppliers had a great deal of leverage with respect to national governments as to what they could extract in terms of terms in the contract, which is not unusual to Canada. It would be the same for other countries as well. So the contracts that we have with these suppliers require that an NDA be signed in order to access those contracts, and in order for the Government of Canada, without breach, to give people the right to sign contracts. So I'd like to read, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, into the record, an amendment that I'm making to the motion that's on the floor, which would be, yes, I do. I have copies for everybody. Would you rather I circulate it before I read it? Yeah.
The clerk will come collect them and,
okay, perfect.
And can hand them out. Do you have them?
Yeah,
yet,
no
clerk,
problem.
Oh. Sorry.
Should I bring it to the clerk, Mr.
He has
Chair?
them in his hands, yes.
They're right over here. I got them done correctly now. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, should I wait for the clerk to be back in his chair, Mr.
No, go ahead.
Okay. that, no, that all the words after Auditor General's Report 9 and 10 are deleted and replaced by the following. That the committee clerk write to each of the suppliers, signaling the willingness of committee members to sign non-disclosure agreements in order to review unredacted copies of the contracts. And should the suppliers decline, the suppliers would be required to provide a written explanation to the committee as to the nature of the information being withheld and the reasons for withholding it from members of Parliament. And if after 30 days the committee has not received a response, or the committee is not satisfied with the responses, members sign non-disclosure agreements in order to review unredacted copies of the contracts. In either case, these contracts would be provided by PSPC in a predetermined Government of Canada secure location, and PSPC officials would be made available to respond to committee members' questions regarding the documents. Documents would be provided to members of Parliament only, and on the condition that the documents not leave the location and all of the rules of the secure location are followed. Furthermore, the committee requests that PSPC officials be available for future in-camera meetings to discuss the topic. J'en ai la version française qui est en dessus.
The French version is there as well, and I believe that you have received a paper copy. So, Mr. Chair.
To set the stage where we have an obligation to let the suppliers know. If they have objections, the committee can still then sign the NDA in any case. Hopefully they won't have objections, and it'll happen faster than 30 days. But if they do have objections after 30 days, the committee can say, we're going ahead, we're signing the NDAs, and we're looking at the documents. But we just want to make sure that for no unnecessary reason do we draw liability to the Government of Canada, even though I understand that parliamentarians have a right to see them without signing NDAs. I don't think, given that the intention is to keep these documents confidential, that signing the NDAs should be problematic, and it avoids the government being in breach and having potential liability in this case. And I would point my colleagues to the committee related to Afghanistan, where a confidentiality undertaking was signed by the members of that committee before accessing documents. And so I'm hoping that members will see this as at least a reasonable approach, where we're at least saying definitely you should see the unredacted documents, because that's for my belief very strongly that you should, but doing it in a way that doesn't create liability unnecessarily and doing it in a way that is in a secure location. So I'll stop at that, Mr. Chair. I don't need to belabor it, and happy to answer questions afterwards if I come back on the speaker's list. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Housefather. Madame Séclair Desgagnés, vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague, member from Mont-Royal, for being here. And he seems to be representing pharmaceutical reps rather than his constituents. I find this amendment, first of all, to be misplaced. We, as parliamentarians, don't have to sign non-disclosure agreements with pharmacy companies. That is an aberration. This is an exercise of transparency. There's no army involved. It's not national defense. These are commercial contracts with pharmaceutical companies, and it's in the interest of Canadians and Quebecers that we represent to find out what is in these contracts. And this happened in the U.S., in Europe, even in Colombia. Yes, some countries, third world countries, might be more intelligent than our government. So I'm going to quote what happened in Colombia by basing the Administrative Tribunal of Colombia rejected the argument of the government, saying that contracts with pharmaceutical companies could not be disclosed because they were confidential. It's the same argument we're hearing here. And the tribunal determined that the right to access of information had precedence. The right to access to information had precedence over the confidentiality agreements. And I'd like to remind the committee that all the dispositions around confidentiality were respected in this case. Everything that was in the motion, it was written according to rules set out in other committees. We set out that we could consult the documents in the presence of the clerk, only in camera, and with parliamentarians in the room. And secondly, that the meeting with the public services would be in camera. Constraints are set out in the motion in good faith so that the motion can be passed as it is written out. Also, Monsieur Beda answered that the motion seeks to protect confidentiality, notably that documents can only be consulted. Could we ask her to slow down a tiny bit, please?
Unanimité. Et- Well, this
Yes,
is,
Mr.
so
Delager,
there.
digitally.
Just the translation services would like just for
Okay.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné just to slow down just a little bit.
Ben, ça tombe bien.
Oh, that's great, because I'm reading what's already translated. I'm not sure if they have a copy. No. Well, that's a shame. They do. But please, thank you. The motion suggests measures in order to protect confidentiality, notably that the documents can only be consulted during one day at the clerk's office, and that this will not be compulsory. It is a legitimate exercise for the committee and can allow to respond to the concerns with regards to confidentiality. All of this has already been set out. The motion is clear. Measures have been taken. It's not myself who's saying, it's a law clerk of the House of Commons. So I'd like to remind you of some numbers. Cost of vaccines. This is determined in a confidential agreement with different countries. We're determined also in order to be able to ensure competition, or rather, to avoid competition among different actors, to be able to charge the prices that countries were prepared to pay. So they charge different prices to different countries for the same vaccines. Europeans paid $14.50 a dose. Americans paid $19.50 a dose. Pharmaceutical companies for the same vaccine charged different rates. It's to their advantage that this remains confidential. Could the opposite MPs and members of the government, are they going to put the interests of the pharmaceutical companies ahead of Canadians and Quebecers who have the right to access to information, the right to know if these agreements were reached in a just and equitable way or not?
C'est vraiment important.
It's really important. It's important that everyone think about their role, why they were elected, on the 120 on the citizens we represent. I would be really curious. Did you speak to your constituents? I'm sure that they would say, yes, it's a legitimate ask that MPs have the right to consult these types of commercial agreements. If the government has nothing to hide, they will accept to disclose the information in the agreements according to the good practices of transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Macaulay.
Thanks, Chair and Mr. Housefather. It's good to see you again. Long time no see. And I do appreciate probably the intent, but I'm going to be blunt. I find whoever wrote this motion, I find it's insulting that a member of Parliament would have to agree to a non-disclosure for something that we as parliamentarians are, I hate to use the word entitled to, but have a right to see. I've only been here 7 years, but I have followed politics before this and the Afghan. There have been other issues going back, access to documents for F-35 and that. I've never once heard an issue of MPs going out and making it public, as has been stated by one of your colleagues last time, that it was somehow find its way in a question period. I find it frankly offensive, again, that MPs, whether Liberal, Bloc, NDP, or us, would be accused of that or would actually have to sign an NDA. I would prefer we stick with the original motion. There's a couple of things I just want to go over to that point. I just want to read a bit from Washington Post, which we all know is not exactly a standard bearer for right-of-center politics. They say Pfizer, the Manhattan-based pharmaceutical giant, has maintained tight levels of secrecy, where we heard that before, around negotiations with governments over contracts that could determine fate of populations. The contracts consistently place Pfizer's interests before public health imperatives. And I'm not casting aspersions against Pfizer. I thank God for them that they created that vaccine. But that being said, it is an issue. the Washington Post further goes on and says they had access to unredacted draft agreements between Pfizer and Albania. And if you look around the room, who would say Albania is more open than Canada? But apparently they're so. Brazil, Colombia, the DR, Peru, the European Commission. The European Commission, I was looking at their study, the only condition placed with theirs contracts, not about secrecy or hiding it from the public, their only condition was around liability agreements. So the whole of the EU, they publish theirs, they're only, not like our government, which enforcing strict secrecy, but is around liability for it. India has provided their information. The provinces have asked confidentially for this information, not to make it public, but confidential like we are. And there's just one little other thing. Novavax, which is of course one of our vaccine contracts, actually had details of their contracts publicized in the US as part of their security, their regulatory filings. So here we are, we're not allowing elected members of Parliament to view these items, have access to our vaccine contracts, but parliamentarians are blocked. We've gone through this before where I think Ms. Shanahan was with us on the Canada Post study where we had a lockdown of the secret study on postal banking. We had the MPs go into a room, supervised, to look at the confidential information that Canada Post had. Not one bit of it ever made its way out, and I, as a sociopath does, follow Canada Post religiously in the news. Not once has it ever come out. I trust MPs from all sides. During the Harper era, Chrétien era, Martin era, current era, no one, I've not once heard anything leaked from in camera. Anything fun, anything scandalous, anything boring. MPs of all sides stay true to what in camera means. I think we owe it to ourselves, but to Canadians, that we have access to these documents and we can decide ourselves about viewing them without asking permission from Pfizer, without asking permission from Novavax, if they can share what they've shared with the SEC, or asking permission from these other multinationals. We're here for a reason. We're here to protect Canadians and not the rights of Pfizer or Moderna or the others. So I fully support the motions brought forward from our colleague from the Bloc, and I continue to support it. That's all, sir.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Chair, and I also want to make mention about two things, or three things in my perspective. I believe that we can get to a consensus on this because I think, and hopefully the members opposite could agree, that this is truly of the interest of Canadians. Canadians deserve to know that MPs have access to incredibly sensitive and important documents that the government is doing its dealings with, particularly in this committee, Public Accounts Committee. And so I recognize, one, that this is in the interest of Canadians. And I think my colleagues from the Bloc and the Conservative Party and hopefully from the Liberal bench will also see that this is an important piece of information. My second principle is the rights of parliamentarians. It was mentioned just in previous by both previous speakers and as well by Mr. Housefather in relation to the rights of parliamentarians, and we have a letter from the law clerk in relation to those rights. And so it's not a matter of if this is possible. It's certainly possible. There's a difference between the Government of Canada and Parliament. The Government of Canada, in my perspective, should not have come into an arrangement that would have the possibility to breach their confidentiality with companies, knowing that this committee or the Parliament had an ability to actually get those documents. That's one very important fact to this. And maybe in the future or in other dealings with the government, this could be of consideration, entering into contracts and agreements. But on the third point of this, I also agree that we can't disproportionately damage Canadians. And I don't think that's what any of us want to do here. I don't think that the procedure laid out both in Natalie's amendment, or sorry, the member from the Bloc Québécois amendment, or from the government's amendment, or the motion, the amendment of the government, so the original motion and the amendment, I do believe both have the requirements that would ensure that those two first principles are met. One, the rights of parliamentarians are protected and the interests of Canadians are also met. And so this is, I think, the real question that's to us as a committee. What level of satisfaction do we require in order to exercise our rights, and what process is the best function to do that, and where will we get most of that information? And so I think we need to get to a position where we actually get to an agreement that, one, we are going to actually see these contracts. I think we're done that point. I think we all agree that, especially looking at this amendment, the government does in fact agree that this is a matter of interest to Canadians and should be reviewed in this committee. So I agree with that. That's good production so far. The second piece is the rights of parliamentarians. I do see that the amendment, and to my colleague from Edmonton West's credit, his argument in relation to the fact that it is insulting in some ways to ask parliamentarians to give up in some ways an aspect of their duly granted rights in this place, an obligation in many ways to actually do this work in public accounts. The third principle, however, is what cost does this committee exercise those rights? And is the offer, this current amendment, which I'd like us to debate and maybe get further answers from the government bench, is it reasonable to actually ask this committee to sign an NDA for some of these things? Is that a reasonable thing to be asking this committee? Because I can see in the instance of national defense, where we're talking about, all kinds of matters of national security, maybe an NDA is responsible there. But as the member from the bloc mentioned, this is a commercial contract. And other commercial contracts that would be entered into by a Liberal or a Conservative government, even a New Democratic government, I'd hope someone would press on and see that these commercial contracts don't deserve the extraordinary protection of Parliament. They may get the extraordinary protection of the government, but not the extraordinary protection of Parliament. And so those are some of the questions I have in relationship to the member from the Bloc's amendment and the difference between that and the amendment from, the motion from the Bloc and the amendment from the government, and the three principles I just mentioned. And so that's what I would offer, and I'd hope to hear some important information on that.
Très bien, merci beaucoup, Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Thank you, Mrs. Sinclair Desgagnés. I'd like to add something. The Journal of International Law and Politics is quite a prestigious publication. An article was published on the level of confidentiality that was required in contracts for COVID-19. It's very interesting. It's in English, so I'll read this in the language of Shakespeare.
Redactions required by the NDAs on COVID-19 vaccine procurement contracts are unprecedented. When comparing prior vaccine contracts with COVID-19 vaccine contracts between the same country and pharmaceutical company, the COVID-19 vaccine contracts have nearly 50 times as many redactions. The NDAs allow pharmaceutical companies to hold an unfair advantage over the price of vaccines. For example, AstraZeneca sold vaccines to South Africa at 2.5 times the price per dose that European governments paid. By conditioning desperately needed vaccines on the signing of NDA agreements, pharmaceutical companies force governments to violate both international standards of transparency, and their own domestic law on transparency in public procurements to protect the lives of their citizens. Encore une fois,
once again, you're the government. You represent the people and not pharmaceutical companies. And if they abuse their position during the pandemic, it's up to them to pay. It's up to them to defend their practices, their abusive practices. And all parties should agree to this, should cooperate and agree so that these pharmaceutical companies be scrutinized and that these agreements be scrutinized and put under a microscope. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to respond, first of all, we are here as Liberal MPs. We're not here as the government. We're here as MPs. And two, I don't think we're here to defend pharmaceutical companies. And I don't have anyone in my riding who's asked me for these contracts. So I thought, when I said in the beginning that this is something important, it's important for the committee to have access to the documents, and I am in full agreement that this is a parliamentary right.
Said before, everything that we decide to do, it's because we chose to allow that to happen. We have a right to see whatever it is that we want. So start from that premise. Unredacted documents should come to parliamentarians. Premise number two, I think we all agree that we should look at the documents in a confidential location. The only difference between this amendment to the motion and the motion itself is the location. One is the clerk's office, and one is in a secure location where these type of documents are normally accessed. I don't think that's a big difference. We're just saying that parliamentarians can access it in a location that is close by, and I don't think we should fight about that. I think that is a reasonable request based on what the contract says to have it done there. Then we get to the real issue, right, which is the issue of the NDAs. I am in agreement that normally members of parliament should not be asked to sign non-disclosure agreements to access contracts, particularly commercial contracts. Total agreement. However, these are agreements that exist. They're not agreements we're about to negotiate. They're already negotiated. These agreements require employees of the Government of Canada that access these documents to sign confidentiality agreements. And why is that? Why is there much more redactions, as my colleague said, in these documents than in other documents? It's because these documents were signed at the beginning of a pandemic, when everybody was desperate for vaccines, when companies were being told to rush vaccine production, do testing in an unprecedented way, in a way they normally don't do it. So these companies were exposed to way higher liability, putting their products on the market than they normally would, because they didn't do the type of testing that normally takes these drugs years to come to market. They did it all in less than a year. So that's why these companies said, if I'm going to deliver you this product that I haven't tested in my normal way, I want to have different conditions. And with companies, all countries around the world competing with each other to get these, the countries had less leverage than they normally do. For example, if we were entering into flu vaccine contracts or monkeypox contracts or other things that were normally available, this would be a different issue. But these are already signed. They were signed at a time the government didn't have that leverage in negotiations. We just wanted to sign as many vaccine contracts with as many producers as possible because Canadians were desperate for vaccines. And in the end, it worked out. We got vaccines, and we were one of the countries that got to vaccinate everybody the fastest. But these are the terms of the contract, that people accessing the information are supposed to sign NDAs. So what would happen if we don't? Well, then theoretically, there would be a right of action by the pharmaceutical company against the Government of Canada. Is that worth potential liability to taxpayers that then parliamentarians see it without an NDA? That's up to everybody on the committee. I personally don't see such a difference. I'd be happy to sign an NDA to see the document. But again, I let everybody decide where their line is crossed, because as Blake said, it's a question of a line. What is the liability we want to potentially put on Canadian taxpayers to follow a principle of seeing a document without an NDA? So that's why we proposed this amendment. We thought it was reasonable, but I'm happy to hear other views on it.
Thank you. First, Mr. Fragascatos.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see colleagues again. I think it's good to, and Mr. Housefather has done this at the introduction, but I think it's good to keep in mind not just what's been presented, but also the fact that we have come, I would say, a long way in the past few days since the original motion was presented. When the original motion was presented, there was debate back and forth on a number of things, but substantively, I think that what's been suggested here is quite reasonable. And I'll go through a few points. The desire to fulfill our obligation to Canadians and ensure that we do so as parliamentarians, as elected representatives. That's fulfilled, and I commend Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés for proposing that in the first place. we will see the contracts unredacted. I think that bears a lot of emphasis. Yes, in a secure location and not together, but still, that is a very good step forward. Again, and completely in line with the idea of ensuring the rights of parliamentarians are respected. If we're going to get hung up on the point about the NDA, then let me suggest that going forward, perhaps this committee can make a recommendation, thinking about the future, on how we feel collectively about NDAs in future contracts. That could be something that we consider. But Mr. Housefather has ably, not just as a parliamentary secretary responsible for the file, but as a lawyer that's worked on these things in the past. So he brings that knowledge to the table to look at it. Mr. McCauley says that in sarcasm, I'm sure. He's made a good point on the point about an NDA. So I don't think that there's a problem here. I think that we've seen, as I said at the outset of my comments, we've seen movement in a good direction. I consider this to be a compromise. If the documents were redacted, that would be one thing, but they're unredacted. We can go in and take a close look and understand more about the nature of these arrangements, these contractual arrangements, and move from there. I hope. I think that what's on the table here is, as I said, quite reasonable for colleagues to consider.
I'll turn now to Madame Sinclair Desgagnés encore.
The argument to say that there are possible lawsuits among the Canadian government and pharmaceutical companies, and that Canadians and Quebecers will have to pay for that, well, it seems like disinformation to me. First of all, if the government of Canada signed such agreements in such an irresponsible way, the government of Canada should be accountable, and not Canadians and Quebecers will have to pay for mistakes of the government. That's first of all. So yes, that's what we do on a daily basis, and opposition is correct the government's errors. So if you want to put clauses so that we sign more intelligent contracts, well, that's fine. But secondly, and this is very important, no countries that have disclosed the vaccine prices have been sued. Not Colombia, the EU, Belgium, France, South Africa, Colombia. None of these countries was brought to court. So to say that, I believe, leads to confusion, and I don't even think it's appropriate. It's actually an insult to our intelligence.
Today.
It's always a pleasure to be at Public Accounts. I wanted just to touch on a couple points. When we were talking about leverage, I'm wondering whether the government is more concerned about what the government negotiated as opposed to protecting what's in there on the behalf of the pharmaceutical companies, because the difference, it seems to me, is one of leverage. At the time we negotiated these contracts, the government had zero leverage because it spent some time negotiating an unfruitful contract with CanSino. So at the time we came to the table, we actually had less than little leverage, and I think the pharmaceutical companies have likely seen this. With respect to liability, I would be open to a legal opinion from the government or the members of that side who suggest that there's a liability potential for the government. I also suspect there's other opportunities we could receive these documents, and to not compel them from the government, but to get them directly from the pharmaceutical companies themselves. And that point, it's not the government who's providing the documents, it's the pharmaceutical companies. But I think the motion itself is reasonable. I think in the interest of transparency, and Madame Sinclair Desgagnés referenced the international principles of transparency. But I do think Canadians have a right to understand, or at least know, that their members of parliament have seen the documents, and I don't believe it's a compromise that we get to see unredacted documents. That is something that parliamentarians are allowed to see anyway, so the sense that, or this, implication that it's a compromise that unredacted documents would be provided when they are able to be summoned in any event isn't really a compromise on part of the government, in my view.
Shanahan.
Chair, and I just want to say, I think members heard me very clearly when this motion was first introduced, that again, for me, my initial objection had to do with the Office of the Auditor General and how important it is to safeguard the work that that office does, and to recognize that this is the work that's done by that working with the Auditor General is the work that we do in this committee. But I have to say that I was persuaded by the arguments of other members, and indeed I heard it from Mr. Desjardins here today, how important it is for this committee to assert its rights to see documents, because there could be a time in the future that the committee would want to see contracts, be they commercial, including defense contracts, any kind of contracts, and that perhaps there would be a different context at that time and it could be a future government. Who knows? Times do change, and so I agree that this committee needs to safeguard the right to view contracts. At the same time, recognizing that the work that we oversee is ongoing work, and we certainly don't want to impede the work of our public servants, who, and I don't think anyone here is saying that our public servants were in any way responsible for not negotiating contracts to the best of their ability. But I just want to reiterate that it's important for us to recognize that in any commercial dealing, but especially in an emergency, when we're dealing with people's lives, our public servants need to have the tools to do the best job possible. But that really, that the amendment brought forward by Mr. Housefather reassures me that we're not going to be unduly penalizing public servants who are doing their own job, because they would be, if I understand correctly, personally responsible, even criminally responsible, if they were to divulge information that they had contracted not to divulge. And I think we heard something to that effect from the Auditor General, that she was contractually by oath not able to provide those documents to us. And I think that's something that this committee needs to weigh in the balance. Thank you.
Mr. Desjardins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just in relation to, so first of all, the letter we received from the law clerk, the Office of the Law Clerk? Yeah, the Office of the Law Clerk. And so it talks a little bit about some of the aspects in the instance of the refusal regarding the production of documents, and outlines aspects of what would otherwise protect the government, and in instances these kinds of contracts, these types of contracts. And I understand that Nathalie Degan-St. Clair's motion reads in many parts in direct relationship to these aspects. And so a part, or at least a question or proposal, would be evidence from the government or from the members of the Liberal Party present here today as to the necessity that you feel that these qualifiers aren't enough. Because I think that's a reasonable, at least that's what I read from the amendment you're tabling, is that the existing safeguards that are tabled aren't enough. And so I think it's reasonable for Canadians to ask why an amendment like this, in your perspective, is important when I believe the Bloc's motion creates safeguards that are reasonable and in, I'd say, nearly direct citation of some of the language used by the law clerk. And I understand that there may be a difference between risk, absolute risk, and minimizing risk. And so I feel that in this approach, the amendment may be attempting to dissolve all risk of the government from divulging information that is duly, that's the right of these members to see. But that second portion of it is important to note, because I think if there is risk present to the government, we have to determine whether or not that risk outweighs the benefit of Canadians getting transparency for this work. And so I think there needs to be a reasonable risk that you're establishing that the process or amendment, or sorry, the motion presents to the government, other than we think they might sue us. I don't think that's a compelling enough reason for this committee to engage in an amendment that would otherwise seek to do the same thing that the original motion does. And so the difference between the two is important for me to understand. And is this a difference of trying to ensure that all possible legal risk to the government of Canada is negated, or is this something even far deeper than that? Because I think that's the important question for Canadians. And so I think I'm satisfied with everyone's cooperation on the fact that we've established this is an important piece of information we all need to do. I'm happy with that. We can get to that point. To the rights of Parliament, we can obviously all agree that we all have, as parliamentarians, rights established there. The last question remains the risk. Why are you presenting an amendment that would otherwise create such a closed, tight seal in some ways to limit the government's liability, but also ask that these members give up in some aspect a piece of their right? It'd have to be a reasonable exchange for risk in order to establish why we would vote in favor of signing an NDA, for example, opposed to agreeing to the original motion.
Thank you. I have a speaking list. Mr. Fragascati, you have the floor next.
I was just going to suggest that we pause for 5 minutes, Chair, just to have a conversation.
What,
on our
1
side.
2?
Just taking into account everything that's been said, just a 5-minute pause. It's not unprecedented. We've done that before. Just a 5-minute break, and then we could come back.
Again, I'm not clear why that is. That there's a discussion ongoing. I'm going to look for unanimous consent on that. Or I'll have to, just 1 second.
5 minutes. Yeah.
I'm going to canvass the opposition to see if there's any will to suspend. I'm seeing none. So, yes or no?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, we'll spend for 5 minutes. Thank you. take this before the House and say their parliamentary privileges are being clipped by being required to sign an NDA in order to fulfill their parliamentary functions. This is something members need to consider here. That the concern with the NDA is that if this motion were to pass, particularly if it wasn't unanimous, a member of this committee could take it before the House and raise a point of privilege that their parliamentary privileges are being clipped or curtailed because they're required to sign an NDA in order to perform their duties on this committee. I'm also going to highlight as well that in Westminster, a member of the House of Lords did break an NDA, and because he had parliamentary immunity, there was no repercussion on that member. And a question I have that I've not had to address yet, but I'm going to ask the clerk to look into, is this question of review these in a predetermined Government of Canada location. My question is simply, what's wrong with Parliament? And I will return now to the speaking order. Mr. Fragaskatos, you have the floor, please.
My hand was up to call it. That's right. I believe Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip, then, okay. Sorry, I thought you wanted to speak and a break, but okay. So very generous of you. Ms. Yip, you have the floor.
Mr. Desjardins, you talked about risk, right? And I feel that there could be a risk to our international reputation as a government and as a country to secure contracts and not be in breach. And it's not just about the cost of vaccines, but also the proprietary information like manufacturing technology and related supply chains. COVID is not over yet. We are still purchasing vaccines, and so I just feel that, breaching our commitments will impact not just our current agreements, but also access to vaccines, but future access. Companies may not want to do business with us. They may not want to come to Canada if they don't feel that the trust is there.
Thank you, Ms. Yip. Mr. Housefather, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you as always for your very lucid comments and questions that you asked. I think the first thing is, going back to your previous comment, if the government of Canada is liable, the taxpayers of Canada are liable. The money to fund the government of Canada comes from the taxpayers. So the argument that government should just pay and not the taxpayers, I don't know how that's possible unless you're arguing somehow that there's another source of funding that that I'm not aware of. Number two, again, my understanding, and I'm not offering legal advice because I personally am not here as an attorney and I haven't myself signed an NDA and reviewed these contracts. My understanding, though, is that every employee within the Government of Canada, which is a limited number, who have seen these contracts had to sign the NDA. And in order to mitigate, because Blake had asked a very good question, what are the risks? The risks, I think, again, would be that somehow we didn't follow the procedure in the contract. So the government breached the contract by not following the procedure. And then the information became public. And the supplier had a loss and sued for damages. What the loss would be, it could be that, another country had a different price and suddenly saw Canada's price that was better and then got all upset at the supplier. I don't know the answer to what it is that could come out, but there certainly could be. Now, how high a risk that is, I don't think I'm equipped to assess that. I just know that the reason for the motion was to mitigate that risk, to make it so that the supplier didn't have a right of action against us. And I take the point, I absolutely do, that contracts should generally be drafted in a way that allow parliamentarians access to them, like, in any case. These I would consider to be very special contracts like defense procurement contracts because of the fact that the vaccines were new. They were right at the beginning stage of development when these were signed. It wasn't like they were signed way after other countries. We were, I believe, one of the 4th or 5th countries to sign the vaccine contracts. So I just point that out to Adam because we were early on in the process. And the suppliers had a lot of leverage, and they're unusual forms of contracts. They're the only ones that I know of that are like this are defense contracts. So is it so much of a burden to follow the procedure of the contract and sign it? That's my question. I understand that there's some people that feel that it is, but I kind of believe, I actually do believe, that I would be willing to sign it as a member of parliament because I don't believe I intend to divulge what's in the contract in violation of my confidentiality oath. And it prevents taxpayers from potentially funding litigation and a potential damage award. So why wouldn't we? I take the point that contracts should be redacted as little as possible in this vein, and I think that that's universally agreed, and the committee could even pass a motion to that effect. With respect to the question of breach of privilege, Mr. Chair, I'd ask you the question, if a member felt that way, wouldn't accessing the documents in a secure, having to access them in a secure location be equally constraining as signing a document? I'm not 100% sure.
Well, that is in fact why I raised it, Mr. Housefather, because I think, since you asked me the question, I think it is. I think Parliament is secure. It is a secure location. And I do wonder why the government has inserted that. And I'm answering because you asked me.
Yeah.
I do view that as an abridgment of the rights of parliamentarians along with the NDA.
So let me come back. The committee, the national committee that is charged with looking at our intelligence agencies, views everything at a SCIF. That's where they go for their meetings. There is.
Can I ask you, did the Auditor General have to go to a SCIF to review these documents?
My understanding is the Auditor General signed a confidentiality agreement, and I don't know where the Auditor General went to see the documents. So members of Congress go to a SCIF. I believe my understanding is there's a secure location in the Justice Building. Like, I don't think you're going to be going far away. I mean, the question of a secure location, it's set up to be a secure location. It doesn't mean members can't go there together, right? Like, there's nothing that says you have to go one at a time into the SCIF. So in any case, I don't think either of these are unreasonable requests. Would
the committee meet together in this SCIF? I'm a little confused now. Mr. Fragascatos referenced this, seeing them all together. I let that go because I didn't know what he meant. But you're now suggesting that we would go as potentially individuals or in small groups?
I'm suggesting that in a SCIF, the committee could do as it wanted. You could have the entire committee at once in a SCIF, or you could have members be able to go in from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. or whatever into the SCIF. And again, I look at our colleagues in Congress where that is what they do. For certain types of sensitive documents, they go into a SCIF. They have the right to review it from X time to X time, and I don't think that's I don't think that's a really difficult thing to do.
You do realize you're conflating contracts with pharmaceutical companies that are available in other countries around the world with national security, and I think members have reason to be skeptical about that linkage, particularly when these contracts are available and no other countries put them on the same pedestal as a national security document that I'm aware of.
Well, I mean, this is now a back and forth as opposed to, but that's fine. Again, I don't know what every other country in the world has done. I would be surprised to hear that you know what every other country in the world has done and how every other country in the world has handled these in terms of requests from parliamentarians. I believe in most countries they are highly confidential agreements. And again, my understanding, which is the only thing that I could look at, is that the Canadian ones have confidentiality agreements, and I'd be very surprised that the Canadian ones are that different than the ones signed with most of our allies in most other countries. So if the requirement is under that contract that you need to sign a specific NDA, which is an unusual provision under a contract, but it exists in some cases, then I don't know that following it is such a difficult step. But again, I understand the views of the chair and others that it might be something that goes beyond what they want to do. But again, I think it's not unreasonable to propose it as an amendment, because I think that, again, it mitigates risk. And I do believe that this is a good faith attempt to find a way for everybody to quickly see all the documents in an unredacted way. If the committee wishes to change the 30-day period to a 15-day period to be the same as Madame de Saint-Clair de Gagné's motion, I think that would be perfectly easy and friendly amendment. So that there's no delay and that it's 15 days. If anybody has another suggestion to deal, one other suggestion I'm going to make, Mr. Chair, because I think that was also Mr. Desjardins' question. If what is really requested is a legal analysis from the department as to why there's a risk related to seeing these contracts without an NDA, I'm sure we could probably provide something like that too. But I don't have the ability to do that right now. So in any case, those are the reasons I proposed what I did, and everybody has a right to say they don't agree, but it was done in good faith.
And I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm going to ask just one question. Is your concern, this is just for everyone's information, is your concern the risk of being sued exists merely by this committee members viewing the documents, or is it preventative that if the information were to leak out after? What are you trying to guard against exactly?
So again, now I'm answering a question like acting as if I'm a lawyer, which I am, but so my personal, now this is me as a member, I'm not speaking for anybody but me. I don't believe that those companies, although a technical breach would occur, as I understand it, if an NDA was not signed with a specific individual that was given access to the unredacted contract, if the company could suffer no damage as a result because nothing leaked from it, I couldn't see any breach that would warrant the company actually suing us, right? They may not like it, but I don't think they'd have a right of action because they couldn't prove damages. My concern would be that something came out afterwards and they said to the government of Canada, you didn't follow the proper form, you didn't bother to get the NDA signed, and then this leaked, and now we've lost this money and we're suing you. That would be my feeling, but again, I am not acting here as a lawyer, just my own personal feeling, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Fragaskatos, please.
I personally, I speak for myself here, the NDA is not something that I think should cause offense to members of Parliament. I think for the reasons that we've just heard, I think it offers, it's risk mitigating. And to the point that was raised earlier about, well, it's the government that would be liable and not taxpayers. Yes, of course it would be taxpayers that would be liable. That's not, with great respect, that's not a strong argument. I think that we have to think about this issue in broad terms and recognize our responsibility with respect to the taxpayer. There's a lot of movement that's happened here. As I said before, we have something on the table that would allow us to see documents unredacted, to understand more about the nature of these agreements. I'm not so sure how a non-disclosure, the signing of a non-disclosure agreement somehow gets in the way of our parliamentary privilege, but others will have different views. I personally don't have a problem with that, based on the risk mitigation that I just referenced.
Thank you. Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I did lead my last comments in regards to a question, so I do appreciate the answer from our Liberal colleagues in relationship to the risk, because I think there has to be an established risk, a great risk, to ask members to sign an NDA, to view documents within their purview and the responsibility of this committee. So, I am of two minds. One, the question still stands on whether or not there's sufficient risk here, and if there's sufficient evidence to that risk to suggest that the comments from Madam Yip, one being proprietary information, supply chains, and international reputation. Those three risks are risks that are present not because of this committee's willingness to review the contracts, but because the government itself accepted those risks when signing an agreement with corporations, pharmaceuticals, that would bind the government to these outcomes. And I do sympathize with the government, how difficult the circumstance would be in. So I recognize as well that maybe in extraordinary circumstances this was required. But that argument alone is enough for this committee to want to investigate the reasons why these things happened. And Canadians, I think, deserve to know that. And so, I'm really torn on this because I think the interest of Canadians would demand, not just of myself, but of all of us committee members, to take that approach. And given, I would offer one more opportunity of the government to present risk beyond those three factors, but I do believe those three factors aren't the responsibility of this committee, but the responsibility of the government to be doing its dealings, one, that would not damage the credibility of our country internationally, two, proprietary information and dealings it has with its companies, and then three, supply chain management. These three things, I think, are beyond the scope of Parliament and committee, but are wholly within the scope of the government. And I think those are the same reasons why this committee is asking for these documents, for the same reasons that Madame Yep was mentioning, that three items, international reputation, proprietary information, supply chains are at risk. That is, to me, a great enough risk to want to investigate this even further now, because it makes me very concerned that these contracts could have this kind of level of risk and no oversight. And I think that's an important piece, I think, that we need to answer. Because, of course, this committee's job is not to protect the government's dealings with companies, but is to protect the interest of Canadians. And that greatest interest, in this case, would be to ensure that the documents, which I think are important for us to review and you agree with, I think our members from the Liberal Party agree that this is of the interest of Canadians to see. My problem in the amendment that's tabled, which I share with my colleagues on the opposition, is not understanding the difference between the request of the amendment and the motion. The motion itself establishes risk mitigating factors that, from the letter from the law clerk of Parliament, has outlined several recommendations to ensure that there are reasonable safeguards. And those safeguards are built into the Bloc Québécois motion. And so I need to know what is the difference between the advice provided by the law clerk of Parliament, to which his recommendations are read into the motion, is differing from the requirement of the amendment tabled today that would ensure members of Parliament sign NDAs, other than to bind these members to the liability of the government, which is outside the purview and requirements of these individuals. And so I need reasonable grounds from the members opposite to establish why an NDA is necessary, beyond the three aspects mentioned that I believe are insufficient to the requirement of NDA. And I'll cite them again, which Madame Yip so elegantly put forward, which was international reputation of the government, proprietary information, and supply chains. I hope you know that's not the goal of this committee, but to ensure that those things are properly investigated. If that risk is present to the government, we deserve as members to know why these contracts have that such a great risk. And so now I'm more concerned now. But I want to have a very narrow question, which is an important one to my understanding of this, which is why you feel the NDA portion of your amendment and the 30-day portion is a requirement for you to vote in favor of the interest of Canadians, when I believe the Bloc Québécois motion establishes reasonable grounds noted on page 3 of the letter sent to us from the law clerk for safeguards. Do you understand what I'm saying? I can't understand the difference between the safeguards that are tabled by the motion and the safeguards established by the amendment, which to my mind only brings greater risk to the members of this committee rather than to what would potentially be the other risks mentioned by Madame Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Housefather.
Thank you. I appreciate that because it clarifies things. So again, the risk and the risks mentioned by Ms. Yip relate to the relationship with the suppliers that would only arise out of a result of divulgation of confidential information to the public domain by a member who sees, or somebody who sees, that information. Those are not because of the contract or what's in the contract that's embarrassing. What she's saying is these suppliers rely on the Government of Canada to follow the procedures that are set out in agreements with them, and if they don't, then that's both a breach of that contract and a potential business relationship risk for future deliveries and future contracts with that supplier. In this case, there are provisions of those agreements that require the government of Canada, before furnishing the information, to get people to sign NDAs. This is what I understand from the department, everybody had to sign an NDA when they saw this contract. So in order to do that, and in order to avoid the government being told by the suppliers you didn't follow the modalities of the contract, that's why the amendment requires or asks people to sign the NDAs, so that we follow the modalities of the contract, and in the event that there is such a breach of confidentiality in the future, the government of Canada at least followed what was required under the contract and didn't breach the contract to give the information to somebody who didn't sign the NDA. That I think is a relatively, straightforward proposition. So it has nothing to do with what's in the contract that relates to the risk she's talking about. It's a result of a potential breach and what happens if you didn't follow the procedure of the contract that led to the breach arising. And then Canada's reputation about, whether, I think the main risk is related to that supplier who is upset and it potentially sues us, but also potentially doesn't want to do business with us in the future. It's not to protect them in any way. It's only to follow the procedures that were set out in the contract. And that's the best that I can answer that question. And that's why the NDA is being proposed, because that's what the contract says is supposed to happen.
Thank you. Ms. Bradford, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I haven't participated in the debate so far, but I wonder if Madam Sinclair Daniel could clarify for me why she feels the need for us to go back and look at the background documents that the AG reviewed in confidence in order to prepare a report. Does she feel that we're more qualified than she is? Because we don't normally ask to see the documents that the AG looked at in order to make a report to this committee.
I'm going to turn to Ms. Shanahan first, and then Madame Sinclair Desgagnés. Ms. Shanahan, you have the floor. You're welcome to flip if you like.
Yeah. Yes, because it was actually along the same
Okay.
line. So, yes, I
Madame
welcome
Sinclair
the
Desgagnés.
remarks of Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Oh, well, so, members, don't be shy about putting your hand right up until you catch my eye. Madame Sinclair Desgagnés, and then Ms. Shanahan. And Blake, do you want, Mr. Desjardins, and then following that, okay, pardon me, Mr. Desjardins. How about to it?
I would like to thank my colleague for this question, because it does allow me to repeat what I said already when I tabled the motion. The principle is simple. The AG had to look at many documents, and then, according to the Act regulating what she does, it's a specific act for the AG's office. It's the Auditor General's Act. She then has to censure what's found in a commercial agreement. So it's up to us as parliamentarians, and especially at Public Accounts, to get that information to better understand the conclusions in her report. There are some conclusions, for example, on the wasted doses that can be explained in the contracts if, for example, pharmaceutical companies did not allow the Canadian government to resell doses of vaccine. If this is in a signed contract, well, it would explain why there was so much wasted doses, and then it would be up to us MPs to understand why pharmaceutical companies abused their position of power to have a government sign such a clause. I hope I was clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shanahan.
Président, justement,
It's extremely difficult, isn't it? Because we would like to go to the heart of the issues. We would like to understand what happened during the pandemic with research for vaccines that didn't exist at the time and contracts. But this is the reason why we do have the Office of the Auditor General. In her report and in the testimony that she made here, she said very clearly that what she saw
your conversation back a little bit.
To the coffee or something.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Over
Oui.
you, Michelle.
Justement,
That this work of oversight, and what I heard about Mr. Desjardins, that it's important and that it does remain at the office, the level of the office of the AG. That is really important, that she had access. And she did answer. MPs did ask the question during our meeting of February the 6th, what were the reasons why there was all this wastage? And she answered. She said that this was a distribution issue, and we heard this again from officials, and the testimony was quite detailed, that the problem was, first of all, that there's always wastage because it's a very fragile product, and secondly, that the product was delivered in 48 hours, but that there were logistical issues linked to distribution and sharing of data. We heard testimony on this by the Auditor General, and she spoke about the issues, and she never alluded to anything that there was an issue in the contracts, and I'm not able to disclose what was in the contracts because I have confidentiality issues there. This was never the case, and I can't believe that if there was a problem in the contracts and if there were problematic clauses, that she would not have been able to say there were problematic clauses in the contracts, and that is the reason why. But that was not her conclusion at all. She found that departments worked together, did their best in order to try to procure and make sure that there were sufficient amount of doses to vaccinate 82% of the population with at least 2 doses. That there was wastage afterwards? Yes, I remember Mr. Desjardins asked very, very good questions on this, and I believe that there were many lessons learned. And in the agreement that the government is negotiating right now with the provinces with regards to data sharing and how to collaborate further on healthcare, I think that everyone is realizing that, oh my gosh, if there's another pandemic, we have to be better prepared, and we can't wait. It's an emergency right now. This is why I can't overestimate the work done by the Office of the AG, or underestimate rather. And I do understand that on the other side, there is our privilege as parliamentarians, but, and I've already said it here, and I think it's important to repeat, that the work of our public service, well, how can I say this? If we say of our public service, if we're alluding directly or indirectly to the public service, saying that they did not work with integrity, I take exception to this. And in this regard, what I appreciate from this committee is that we ask questions, we respectfully ask questions, but we're always we know that we can trust the data that we work with and with the conclusions of the AG, and I believe that we can trust our conclusions and we can seek to do things better in the future. In this way, it makes me think of things that we've already done at this committee. We have studies, we have reports of the Environment Commissioner, for example. I'm very pleased to be working with Mrs. Sinclair Desgagnés on this issue. And there are other projects as well that we have undertaken and that we've completed together in order to further the work of this committee. So as I was saying, I believe that we should respect our mandate, the mandate of the committee. We should follow our mandate to the letter, but at the same time, I do understand that an argument can be made that it's very important for this committee, even with all the trust and the confidence that we have in the Auditor General, to at least look at and to make sure that, yes, okay, these contracts were correct. And I used to be a commercial banker, and I do have some experience in contracts, but I'm not an expert. I'm far from being an expert, and that's my last word. Thank you.
Progressive.
Yes, so you're certainly a progressive conservative if you're a conservative, right? Okay, Mr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just returning to the result of my question, I believe, which was a reasonable and I think straightforward one, which is to establish a great enough risk present to the government that would be able to, in some way, shape, or form, convince members of this committee that extraordinary, whatever you want to call it, safeguards are necessary. I'm not necessarily convinced that the evidence provided today can establish that risk, because risk to the government is different than risk to Parliament. And this risk is a risk that is present to the government. The role of Parliament in this case is to ensure that we minimize and protect Canada's and regular Canadians' ability to ensure that they have trust in our institutions. It's part of why our committee is present here today. And I do believe that the perceived risk would have to be greater than the principle of oversight in this case for us to, in order to suspend, which I would say and agree with our chair, aspects of our privilege in order to do this work. And so I perceive the actions and advice that are being offered by our Liberal colleagues today. I respect that. I want you to know, first and foremost, I understand the role you're taking right now. You need to protect your government's ability to come into contracts with, in this case, pharmaceuticals, for the better outcome in some instance that you believe for Canadians. But you must be able to see the Bloc Québécois, the New Democratic Party, and the Conservative parties need to provide oversight on behalf of Canadians. So our goals here, I hope we can come to a consensus, is my greatest hope today. And if that consensus could be worked on in terms of building a foundation of our core principle, which is that this is of the interest of Canadians, one. We share that. Every member here shares the fact that commercial contracts entered into by the government require a level of oversight, in particular, an oversight that this committee has asked for. The second aspect of this is an NDA or a time limitation is a request from our colleagues to this committee. And that is the request that we need to contemplate. And my goal of getting to consensus on this is an important one to that process. However, I can begin to see that it's unlikely we'll get consensus today. And so I would like to give the government one last opportunity to read into the Bloc Québécois motion, because I do believe it is made with good intent. And I do believe that the intention there is to ensure that there's oversight for Canadians. Yeah, exactly. And my last point to this is none of us Not any one of us as members of this committee or members of parliament should or ought to breach our ability to represent not only our constituents, but our role here. And I don't think they would in a case of going in camera. The institutions that built this country and the institution that we're in right now has built safeguards to ensure that an instance like this could very well be done in a secure place like Parliament, in a secure way like committee, and done in camera. And I think that is a reasonable request by the Bloc Québécois. You know, that is the part you can see what I'm trying to get to here. They have a reasonable request to view documents on behalf of Canadians. And they understand, which I agree to, that there needs to be sensitivity safeguards to this information. We agree with that. That's why the motion is read the way it is. And so I agree that we should be able to do that. The part that I'm seeing is that the government thinks that we may, in some way, shape, or form, at least by those whose job it is to protect the government from liability, believe that we may, in fact, breach that confidence, which is an accusation that I do believe warrants insult. And I don't believe that's what we're saying. But I believe if we move forward without a good reason that establishes greater risk, it would be perceived that way. I believe that our institutions are strong, and that in order for our institutions to work properly, we need to ensure that we follow those regulations and follow the nature of in-camera meetings that are built to protect this country and built to protect committee members and built, in this case, to protect the government. And so I don't see how I would disagree with the advice that our members opposite are receiving in relationship to risk. I believe that the risk is negated, not entirely, of course, but that shouldn't be the goal of our opposition, the government, the opposition colleagues here. The goal should be to limit risk the best you can. The enemy of perfect is imperfect. And in this case, we have an imperfect motion, which I agree with, because in this case, we're never going to get to a perfect motion that gets to the position that the government would like to see, which was immunity from this parliament. And so I believe that this committee should take up the charge of having this information released in an in-camera setting, in a setting that could safeguard that information in a way that we can see it, but in a way that also doesn't breach these members or any members' privilege. And to suggest that an in-camera setting or the requirements and safeguards built into the motion as read by the Bloc Québécois would in fact do that. I don't believe that it's sustained. That is a sustained claim. I don't think that we can say that the Bloc Québécois motion will bring risk to the government. I believe that it was built in good faith. The Bloc consulted me, our party, and consulted everyone else in advance, and we walked through some of those steps. And so I'm just a bit confused as to those 2 points. And I would request that my colleagues, my colleagues across the way would see that what's built into the existing motion is sufficient for the purposes of us viewing them. Your opinion is that it's insufficient, if I understand correctly. It is insufficient to negating legal risk present to the government. If that's your claim, then we as parliamentarians can't make a decision that would otherwise be the mandate of this committee, which is to see that information while also satisfying your requirement to have no risk. So I see mutually exclusive positions here, which I'm not a fan of. I would rather us come to a consensus that this is important for all Canadians. Every Canadian, both on all parties, believe that it's important that we see these contracts, and we all agree that there's risk. That's why we have safeguards. But the safeguards that are being imposed by the amendment, I believe, are onerous. And to the chair's statement could breach privilege, to which any one of us members could take this to the House and have these documents ordered there. I believe that we can do this in this committee, that we have reasonable members around this committee that can come to a reasonable conclusion to see these documents, which are in the interest of Canadians, and have existing safeguards. That seems to me like a very reasonable path forward. It doesn't negate, I agree with the members opposite, all the risks. But I'm saying most of the risk is negated this way, and I believe and have faith in our institutions that when we go in camera in a closed setting, we will not breach that confidence. Because to suggest otherwise would be to attack our integrity and our institutions. The in-camera setting is built to protect from this exact situation that the government is afraid of. And I acknowledge that, which is why I agree with the safeguards put in place. So I hope those facts are clear enough to establish, one, that we have a common interest, all of us here. The safeguards, I believe, are proper and important, and they're there. And I believe that a consensus on this is also important, that Canadians, in order not to divide them on this important issue, the government and the opposition should come to a consensus, as Madam Shanahan often speaks to, the requirement and need for consensus on these items. And I'd ask that the government see this request for what it is, an important and honest request to public accounts and members of Parliament to see the contracts entered into, a commercial contract by the government, while also offering the government safeguards. I believe those are entirely reasonable. It doesn't negate the complete risk. I accept that point. And I thank all the members opposite for doing their best and due diligence to protect the government and the dealings of your ministers in this work. That's honorable and commendable. I'm sure anybody here, if they form government, will be in the same position you are. But the reality is this is Parliament. It is not the government. And the Parliament is requesting that these information be present to us. And safeguards are in place. And so I believe that this may be my final statement before we go to a vote on this, but I would give the government one more opportunity, I'd hope, to look at some of what I said and attempt honestly and earnestly to come to a consensus position to ensure that Canadians have the best advantage of knowing that we're working to oversight these documents properly and together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Desley, I'll be very brief, Chair. Has the committee, yourself, the clerk, been contacted by any of the pharmas in question about this motion?
I have not. I'll just double check with the clerk. All right. One company did contact the clerk about the motion, but because of our privilege, he didn't get into a discussion about the motion, which is available for the public to see. So there was at least one inquiry regarding the motion.
Very much. I'll just be very brief. I think a lot of it's been covered so far. I just wish to reiterate, requesting an NDA, I find, I'll be polite here and say, offensive. If we look around the room, we have clerks, we have interpreters, we have other people assisting us. In every committee meeting throughout government, in camera, we place a great deal of trust in all of these people assisting us. That makes Parliament work. And again, we've seen zero leaks. We place the trust in them that we can discuss anything in front of everyone here today. And to say all of a sudden, because it's a government contract, it cannot be revealed to parliamentarians. We had the same request from McKinsey and the same veiled threat. You cannot release this because of confidentiality agreements. But the Operations Committee did send for them, and we are receiving them. We had further requests, as Mr. Housefather knows, from McKinsey saying the government has asked us to redact information before it gives it back to the government. And the committee said, no, Parliament will, the MPs will take a look at that. Without casting doubt among my colleagues across the way, it sounds almost like they're trying to protect the government and not the taxpayers, and it seems the government seems to be the one putting up the fight as opposed to the pharmaceuticals. I understand concerns. I think Mr. Desilets has commented very, very well on them. But the reality is we cannot allow something like this to stop parliamentarians from doing their job. It makes you ask, what's next? Does McKinsey get a pass because they have confidentiality agreements? Do we go to finance and say, well, you cannot look at budgets because of other issues? It sets a horrible precedent because, you know, the second an NDA is forced upon us, it will be on other committees, whether it's OGO, whether it's another committee. As soon as it becomes precedent that we're depriving parliamentarians of their rights and their obligations to pursue issues, we will stop functioning as we should, which is representing people, representing taxpayers, holding government to account. So I'll just leave it at that. I believe the motion as put through by our colleague is well written. Nothing is perfect in this world, but I think it covers everything, allows us access, but protects the government, protects the contract. And let's be frank, me signing an NDA and then taking it and walking into, or perhaps Mr. Housefather or anyone else taking it and then stepping into the chamber can speak about it. Requesting an NDA, I find, again, I'll just be polite and say it's offensive at the very minimum. I'll leave it at that. And yes, I think we should just get to a vote and be done with this so we can continue with our other important studies we have coming up. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Housefather, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a few things. Number one, the Government of Canada is not the Liberal government, it's the Government of Canada. It's the government that represents all Canadians, not Liberals. That's number one. Number two, parliamentarians, the committee, it's not just the opposition that exercises oversight, it's also MPs on the Liberal side. We all, and Kelly will tell you, I voted in favor of the McKinsey contracts being released. I don't like when they try to make redactions, and I don't believe that that's appropriate. I don't think that anything should be withheld from parliamentary committees. I find it very insulting when they say employees of the civil service can access things and parliamentarians can't. So I am very much of the school the committee has a right to unredacted documents. We're all of the same mind on that issue. With respect to the question of the NDA, in the same way I trust the committee members, absolutely, but I also trust the high-level employees of the civil service, and they have to sign NDAs because that's what it says in the contract. And so the contract itself requires that. It says, which the McKinsey contracts do not, that every individual accessing it needs to sign an NDA. And that is the reason that this is on the floor. It's not the same as those other contracts. I didn't suggest that we have NDAs for McKinsey, and I would never suggest NDAs unless I'm told that there's a legal reason to do so because of potential liability. And that's the difference with this specific group of contracts. They were negotiated again at a time of great need, with great urgency, and that was what the suppliers who had great leverage at the time requested. Their trade secret information in those contracts, I'm sure, in addition to pricing and other things that might have been confidential to them at the time. And they probably told every country, you have to do that. And countries leapt to sign whatever they could to get vaccines for their people. So I get the parliamentary privilege. I get the idea that people don't want to sign NDAs. I've heard it from my colleagues all across the opposition benches, that it's an uncomfortable thing to be asked. So I'd give an alternative. I am willing to go back to the department to ask them to go to all these suppliers of pharmaceutical companies that have agreements and see if they can find a way that these NDAs are waived for the members of this committee and parliamentarians. And if you'll give me until the next meeting, I will go back and see what it is that we can do to see if those companies will say, despite what it says in the contract about NDAs, we agree that parliamentarians, because what Mr. McCauley said is absolutely true. Like that they never probably thought of, right? If he goes into the House of Commons, despite his NDA, and discloses the contract and what he remembers of it, well, likely he doesn't have any liability under the NDA because he did it under his parliamentary privilege. So perhaps if the companies are approached with that in mind, they would agree to say, all right, the contracts are amended and we can provide it without, another thing that Mr. Chambers had suggested was another option, which is to go to the companies, because if you summon it from the companies, there's no liability to the government because you've summoned it from those companies. But I don't know that we need to go down that road at this point. I think what I would request then, based on what I've heard today, it's clear that I think most of my colleagues on that side do not want NDAs. It's clear that the chair felt uncomfortable about it for other reasons. in terms of, parliamentary privilege. So if the committee would be willing to suspend this discussion to the next meeting, I would be willing to figure out with the department, and I'll come back to you. Hopefully we can get those companies to waive that requirement, and then we don't have the legal risk and we don't have to worry about it. Because I can't assess it for you. I haven't even read the contracts. I'm not saying, I know that I'm almost 100% sure this is not in the contract, but I've had contracts that I've entered into in my life, right, where, as a general counsel of a company, where there were fixed penalties for violating the terms of the agreement. I don't believe that is the case in these agreements. But you could theoretically, just by a form failure, hit a fixed penalty. Again, I don't know what's in these contracts, haven't seen them. I don't think that's there. But my real request would be for the committee to consider, again, because I don't think any of us wants to put liability on the Canadian taxpayers that does not need to be there. Give us until the next meeting. We'll go back and see, can these suppliers waive it? If not, then the committee can, in full knowledge of that, make the decision to go ahead anyways without the NDAs. But anyways, that would be my request.
Mr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've said everything we possibly can, and I believe that, yes, first of all, you could go back to the companies and just hypothetically imagining that every single one of them say, no problem, this is going to be great. We want you to waive it. I first of all doubt that. I don't think, considering our clerk is being harassed about this even, that the companies are going to welcome the government's request to waive it. It's not in their interest, and it's not in the government's interest. And the interests of this are transparent. That's the problem with this, Mr. Housefather, is it's very transparent as to why the government would want to have an NDA. And we're saying that the requirement to protect those contracts does not establish a reasonable risk to mitigate the request from the block's motion. If you presented, evidence that could suggest something other than being sued or protecting the company, then maybe we would have a better place to establish that. And you have to know, I fully respect what you folks are doing. I understand the interest that you have very clearly. It's written into a contract. You're talking about not breaching that contract. It's the government's position that you should not breach that contract. I understand that, and I have sympathy for each and every one of you having to carry that into this committee. But I'm saying Parliament deserves, especially, you never know, a conservative government, new democratic government, bloc government, you never know. Never know what could happen in this place. In case that happens, I'm saying I would expect the Liberals to come out and say, we expect to see this contract, but I'd also expect them to be reasonable and say, we're going to put in safeguards. And I believe that's what the motion does. They're only in there because those aspects seek to protect our colleagues and the government. I do agree, though, legal counsel from the government will likely be furious. Oh my goodness, what a breach. But that should have been a perception of entering into that contract, knowing that Parliament had this power. And I know each and every one of you agree with that the government of Canada cannot supernavigate the will of Parliament. And the will of Parliament is asking that these documents be readily available in conditions that continue to keep them confidential. It may not be the kind of confidentiality that's required by the dealings between a company and the government, but it is a kind of offering that I hope you can see is an important one, because the alternative is worse. This committee can summon this information publicly in the House of Commons. That is a real potential here. And it's not far from happening in just a few minutes if it gets down this way. So I'm encouraging the government to see how valuable the safeguards that are built into the motion are, and to utilize and exercise your roles as MPs and the value that your colleagues are asking for this information. It may not be the kind of safeguard that the government would like to see, but it is the kind of safeguards that Parliament have established, and we have processes here, including in-camera settings, and it's confirmed by the law clerk, that are important. And so I hope you can understand the position this committee is in and how important it is to see that the existing motion is more valuable than having a motion that would otherwise summon all of this information in a far worse manner that would penalize the government directly rather than limit risk. That's the real decision here. The real decision isn't between whether there's risk and no risk. The decision is between establishing a breach of that contract or minimizing risk. That's the real position you're in.
Thank you. Mr. Fagascados, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just in response to something that was raised earlier by Mr. Desjardins, he said something to the effect of we would want to understand as a committee more about the nature of these agreements, how certain decisions were made, a number of things, obviously. Questions could be raised about NDAs, all these kinds of things that Mr. Desjardins was talking about. Notice that in the amendment, it concludes by saying, and I quote, "Furthermore, the committee requests that PSPC officials be available for future in-camera meetings to discuss the topic." So built into the amendment is already a provision that would allow us as parliamentarians to engage directly with public servants from PSPC to understand more about how these agreements came together. And from there, I think we could formulate recommendations to the government as a committee on what to keep in mind as far as best practices, best future practices are concerned on these kinds of agreements. Hanging in the balance, of course, is, and I don't think it's a small matter. Ms. Yip raised it earlier. I was glad to hear that the opposition did acknowledge it, but this matter about the future availability of vaccines, from a public health perspective, this is incredibly important. And yes, we do have engagements and relationships with pharmaceutical companies on a range of different vaccines, not just with respect to COVID-19. So I think all of that has to be kept in mind from a public health perspective when we take this topic up. I think that it's incumbent on all of us to understand the issue from that perspective. Yes, it's not just an idea. The obligation of members of Parliament to live up to their responsibility to understand the business of the day and to be able to examine documents as part of that is sacrosanct in any parliamentary democracy. The government is the government. We as parliamentarians have an obligation, but also the ability to decide on what's in front of us. And again, let's not lose sight of the fact that we can look at these documents unhindered. I'm not sure how our privilege would be violated. Mr. McCauley spoke before, and sometimes I agree with him and sometimes I disagree. I disagree on this point about being insulted. I don't see how my parliamentary privilege as an MP would be breached here. But again, I emphasize that I speak for myself. Others clearly feel differently. So I think all of these things must weigh on us when we're making this decision. What Mr. Housefather, by the way, just proposed, I think is quite reasonable. It's not as if he's saying that we put this off for 6 months and give PSPC the ability to get back to us, in 6 months' time or something like that. No, not at all. It would be a few days. In fact, at the next, if I remember right, his suggestion was that we look at this at the next meeting. What is wrong with that? So the Liberal side has moved from very, very significantly in the past few days, going against what was originally proposed, thinking about it further though, coming back constructively, I think, to the table with a compromise amendment that doesn't water down the substance of our Bloc colleagues' desire at all, at least in my humble view. We still would be able to look at the documents unredacted, but I think it's not just living up to a responsibility on this side. I think all of us would have a collective responsibility to do whatever due diligence is required to ensure that we've ticked all the boxes, so to speak, when it comes to understanding the question of risk. And in that vein, what is wrong with going back and asking PSPC to examine this whole issue of the non-disclosure agreement more thoroughly and to waive it in the way that was suggested potentially for this committee by Mr. Housefather, if I remember the wording exactly of what he proposed. That is something that's beyond reasonable in my mind. Again, that could be put off for months and months and months. It's not being put off. So let's humbly, Chair, I put it to colleagues again to really consider this and to delve in, because what we could do is, continue to remain firmly in our corners, so to speak. I think the hardest or the easiest thing to do is to remain in our respective positions, to stay in the corner and not want to compromise at all. This is my view. I'm not changing, but we've taken a few steps forward here, and I would ask that the opposition recognize that by at least entertaining, at a minimum, what was just proposed by the parliamentary secretary, by Mr. Housefather. That is something. I think that would advance the dialogue in a constructive way, and let's see what PSPC says. It could be that they come back with something that we agree with collectively as a committee, or not. And yes, it is the government is the government, but as I said before, we're all parliamentarians, and I don't think it should be assumed that the Liberal side, if PSPC came back with something that was whatever view they held, it's not automatic that our side would be forced to agree with that. Not at all. We've disagreed before. Every single one of us on this side is, Mr. Housefather is an associate member of the committee, but the regular members of this committee have as a common practice, have asked very difficult questions. I'm looking in that direction because I'm just used to the Auditor General being there with officials. Every one of us have asked very difficult questions of officials since this committee's inception. I'm a relatively new member of the committee, Mr. Chair, but not knowing what the committee really was all about when I joined. It's a different kind of committee, the Audit Committee of Parliament, and it gives a great deal of freedom and leeway to all members of Parliament, including those on the Liberal side, to ask challenging questions of officials. So with that in mind, and thinking about our roles and responsibilities as parliamentarians, not Liberal members of Parliament in the first instance, but
Just
always
1
as
second, Kelly, Mr. Colley, just a little lower. Thank you.
always. No, that's fine. It's quite. I don't think he interrupted me, but Mr. Chair, I appreciate you taking up the raising the point to as a matter of respect. That's very kind of you, as you're always kind. I was talking about how us as members of Parliament have an ability to question the government and to regularly put forward our points of view, because we are, in the first place, MPs, members of Parliament. And yes, we belong to parties, but we have our own mind. And as Mr. Housefather has raised today, and as he's frankly demonstrated at other committees, and he's made reference to that, frankly, he's not giving himself enough credit, because he is exactly that. He represents his constituents very well. He comes to the table regularly prepared in all the meetings, and I've worked with him now for 7 years. He asks tough questions, not just of the opposition when they make a point that he might disagree with, not just of public servants, not just of different, whether it's deputy ministers in particular, but also members of the government. So here we have a willingness on our side to go back to, in this case, PSPC, to ask their perspective on this entire issue of the NDA in just a few days. That's what the obligation would be, that they would have to return with an answer to our question, and then we could take that up as a committee. So I think one of my colleagues has something to say as well.
I have a list,
Shanahan
Mr. Franciscanos.
and
Are you done?
Ms. Bradford. For now, yes.
That's fine. Ms. Shanahan, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Chair. Can you just review the speaking order for us? How many people are on? How many speakers are on the list?
It's short. So
Short?
if folks want
Okay.
to speak, they can put their hands up.
No,
so.
no, that's, we always had that convenience on the, when we were on the hybrid of seeing the hands up. So, no, thank you for giving me the floor because I do have something that I want to say, but just following on my colleague, Mr. Francescato's indication that we have moved quite a long way on this, and I would put myself in that camp. And I think this committee not only has the reputation, but has long prided itself in coming to unanimous decisions. And that's what gives it its strength, right? Because then it's not a partisan issue. It really is an issue of getting to the root of whatever the problem was that was discovered during the Auditor General's reports. Because otherwise, what are we doing here? I mean, it just, I'm sorry, I don't want to disparage OGO, but it becomes a different kind of committee. And Ms. McCauley, you're free to respond to me on that. But I have sat on OGO. And those were tough sessions that we had where it was ongoing negotiations, ongoing initiatives by the government, and risk was definitely risk in procurement and risk in implementation and so on were definitely the issues on the table, and who was the best to be the judge of what the best policy was in going forward. But as we know, we don't discuss policy here because the policy is rightfully the function of government, and that means ministers. Ministers appear before committees such as government operations or health or public safety or what have you to answer for their policy decisions. What we're concerned with here is the implementation. And that is what the Auditor General brings us every time that she deposits reports. And I believe that there are reports that are coming very shortly, and in fact, a number of interesting reports. Well, they're all interesting, but I know that we were affected by the pandemic, by the ability of the Auditor General to deliver reports in recent months, but it certainly appears that the Auditor General is back on track, and those are reports that I am looking forward to getting to. But on this issue, we had our meeting with the Auditor General about procurement. We certainly heard from the Auditor General. She distributed a news release. We had testimony there that I'm going to get to in just a moment. But again, I fail to see how augmenting, if you will, the motion of Madame Sinclair de Gagné to ensure that the PSPC officials that will appear before us are not individually penalized in their ability to answer our questions. And that, I think that's what the NDA is all about. They have signed these non-disclosure agreements. I worry, and that's a question that I would want to have answered, that putting those officials on the spot, if you will, they've signed those agreements, even though it's in camera, and we heard that from the Auditor General, that being in camera would not would not allow her even to discuss those contracts with us. With the Auditor General, exactly. But that was actually a first discussion that I had with Madame Sinclair de Gagné was, well, let's have the Auditor General. She's seen the contracts. Let's have that in-camera meeting with her where she's able to, because they've done all the work, right? She's got 600 Auditors.
government.
Well, this is what we learned from the letter. I'm sorry, I don't know if because there's a bit of back and forth, so are
Mr.
people
Desjardins,
picking that up?
I'm happy
Yeah.
to put you on the list, but I'd like to kind of just proceed as we have been. Back to you.
Yes, so for those watching at home, what we're discussing is this original idea that because is in our mandate, that our job is to review and report on all reports of the Auditor General of Canada. What I discussed with Madame Sinclair de Gagné is, let's have the Auditor General come. She's already done the analysis work. That's what she could not show, and I have that from the testimony of February 6th when Monsieur Perron asked if he said, Ms. Hogan, there's something I have a lot of trouble with, the confidentiality of vaccine supply agreements. First, I would like to know if you obtained information during your evaluation to which we do not have access. Ms. Karen Hogan, if I may, I would even add some information. Item 9.1 of our report provides the initial application date of each company and the subsequent approval date. That will probably be helpful for you. Yes, we had access to all the contracts, all the information, all the corrections, and all the amendments. Mr. Yves Perron, so that was not a problem in your audit work. Ms. Karen Hogan, no, not at all. Mr. Yves Perron, as I understand it, you cannot provide that information to the committee. If the committee were to meet in camera, and I'm asking the chair at the same time, would you be able to provide that information to us then? Ms. Karen Hogan, I have to maintain the confidentiality that the government assigns to a government. The information is confidential for reasons of competition. I would have to consult a lawyer. I can say, though, that I don't think I can provide that information to you. Mr. Yves Perron, if that possibility could be explored, I would perhaps. And then the chair, you had to interrupt Mr. Perron because his speaking time was up. And I think that is when we received the letter from the Auditor General saying that indeed even the in-camera nature of a meeting would not preclude her from or allow her to discuss the confidentiality of the information that she received. But what reassured me was her answer to the question that indeed she saw everything. Her staff saw everything, and that they were able to conclude in their report that not only did the federal government secure COVID-19 vaccine doses to meet the needs of Canadians, but that, and I don't have the exact quote, the audit in 2020, Public Services and Procurement Canada established advanced purchase agreements with 7 companies that showed potential to develop viable vaccines, stated Ms. Hogan. Signing advanced purchase agreements increased the chances that the government would obtain enough doses to meet Canada's needs. Recognizing this approach brought the possibility that Canada would have a surplus of doses if all vaccines were eventually approved. So that was the issue. That was the issue, was that in the procurement, that there could be a potential for a surplus, and those questions were asked. And I'm glad to see that Dr. Ellis has joined us, because Dr. Ellis asked some very pointed questions. Although I still take exception. I still take exception with remarks that were made disparaging the Auditor General's work, and I think that is still something that every member of this committee needs to be concerned about, because as Mr. Desjardins pointed out, our institutions, including the Office of the Auditor General, are such that Canadians need to have confidence in the work that her office does. And I have to say that once in a while, the Auditor General says, we did an okay job, right? I've sat on this committee long enough that I've seen, yes, we've seen some very damning reports, and they were, when I first started on this committee in 2015, 2016, it was, of course, from the previous government. And I actually remember a case, and unfortunately, I don't remember all the details, but it had something to do with the Auditor General at the time wanted to obtain cabinet confidences from the Stephen Harper government, having to do with something having to do with energy pricing. Maybe my colleagues on the Conservative side remember the circumstances of that more ably. But at that time, the committee was very seized with that question, because it was the Auditor General that was asking for these cabinet confidences. That's what Mr. Ferguson at the time, that's what he felt he needed to be able to do his work fully. So we were very concerned that he should have that information. But in further deliberations and consultation with the law clerk and analysts at the time, and I think at least one analyst was here at that time, it was determined that, in fact, cabinet confidences had to be respected, and it was the Liberal side with the Conservatives that voted to safeguard that. I don't believe the Bloc was with us at the time, and but certainly Mr. Christopherson, the NDP member, put up a spirited, and I think he said, one day you're going to want to have access to those, but there's always these different degrees of questions and risk. Will a government be able to function if everything is known to everybody at all times? And I think we can agree, even in our own personal lives, parents who are running a household do not tell their children everything that's happening at every time, and so on. And it certainly was my experience when I was in banking and in the business world, that there was an understanding that to better able to safeguard intellectual property and to encourage, in fact, research and development and innovation, that these things were appropriate at that time. But again, I have to say that much as I am conservative in this matter of what this committee is charged in doing, I want us to come to that consensus that we can look at these contracts, and quite frankly, I anticipate that it will be quite a heavy read, and that the questions will be highly technical, and there may be more than one of us that will regret that we have to put ourselves in that position. I have no idea what the size of these contracts will be. I mean, I don't know. Are they going to be a pile like this? I've seen some pretty highly technical contracts in my time. But if that's the work that we have ahead of us, then I certainly want to participate in that with other members. But it's the Auditor General's office again, and public servants, as I'm not one to, people that are that have worked all their lives. They've developed an expertise. They're professionals. that they should be punished, penalized at the whim of, I'm sorry to say, if we don't have consensus here, then I can only think that there are partisan objectives at work, then that I cannot agree with, because we all remember previous occasions. Well, no, I'm sorry. I have to disagree. I think we have come a long way on this question, and we're open to it.
Order.
Yeah, I think it's what I'm concerned about again is the protection of the Auditor General's role and of the public servants who would then come before us, that they would not be at risk of being themselves criminally charged with disclosing information, and indeed, and that's in the immediate time. It's also the risk, God forbid, we'll be out there looking for more vaccines, and that there would be companies that just don't want to do business with us anymore. That would be extremely unfortunate. So, Chair, I'm going to leave it at that for now, but I hope that my colleagues hear the fact that we do want to look at these documents now. Well, I say want. I will look at them. I have confidence in what the Auditor General has told us, that these were done in good faith and to the best of the abilities of all those departments that work together, and that is one of the conclusions that she comes to in report. I think it's report 9. But I would like that to be done on a consensus basis, so that it's and so if my colleague is offering a way to get to that consensus, I think it's something that I would ask my colleagues to consider. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I am going to suspend for 5 minutes just to give the audio-visual and everyone just a quick little break. But I'll be back, and you should all be back too. The clock is going. As they say in the old Union Hall, she's all for one until it's every man and woman for themselves. Well, you should come down east and come to some of our
solidarity
Union halls.
forever, John.
Well, all right. Well, and on that note, Mr. Desjardins will be ordering dinner then. Failing that, you're all on your own for dinner. I'm afraid. We also inadvertently left the company card back in the office. So, and that's only half a joke. Look, I'm going, but before I return to the speaking list, I am going to come back to this. This has gone on. Because the motion was delivered quickly, I've talked this over the clerk, where we are concerned about this motion. Now, I'm not going to rule it out of order, but I am concerned about NDAs and the conditions it sets on this committee, and frankly, setting the precedent going forward. If I had had this motion overnight with the clerk, we might have consulted on it and gotten more feedback. But this debate is ongoing. It's a good debate. So I'm not going to rule it out of order, but it does concern me because what we decide to do here could have impact going forward on other committees. If it becomes the request the government makes on all future committees when it comes to disclosing of information. So with that, I'm going to turn back to the speaking, and I have Ms. Bradford, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So it's been actually over 3 years since the COVID-19 epidemic was first discovered and broke out. So, you know, we kind of forget what all went on. And so I think it's important as part of this debate that we take a look back at where we were and where we are now today. So vaccines typically take years of research and testing before getting into people's arms. When the genetic sequences for COVID-19 were released in January 2020, researchers around the world raced to develop safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines. The most optimistic scenario for the development of viable vaccines was thought to be in the late summer of 2021, but many warned that it would take much longer. Based on the advice of experts, Canada adopted a sweeping vaccine strategy to supply everyone in Canada with the most promising COVID-19 vaccines. At the time, it was unknown which vaccines would be successful or when. Intense negotiations throughout the summer of 2020 resulted in Canada signing advanced purchase agreements, APAs, with 7 manufacturers of promising vaccine candidates. Canada's vaccine planning began in April 2020, when the government created the COVID-19 Vaccine Task Force. This team of experts provided medical and health insight based on a review of the emerging science and technology of the companies racing to develop vaccines to combat the coronavirus. In June of 2020, the task force began identifying the most promising vaccine candidates. It advised that the best approach for Canada was to diversify supply with different types of vaccines based on ones that looked most likely to be effective and delivered the fastest. Based on the recommendations of the task force, the Public Health Agency of Canada decided which vaccines to buy. A vaccine procurement team
Point of order, Chair.
led by Public Services.
Just 1 second, I have a point of order.
Yeah, I fail to see the relevance of this reading from some what appears to be a propaganda form when the motion we're debating is about releasing documents to us in camera.
So while I agree, I think you can see the relevance as much as I can. I'll continue to let Ms. Bradford make her point, but I hope she will come to her point quickly.
Yes, I think as I go on, with all due respect, you'll see where we're leading to with this. So as I was saying, a vaccine procurement team led by Public Services and Procurement Canada, PSPC, was assembled in early July 2020 to initiate negotiations with the vaccine suppliers. Canada built its vaccine portfolio through APAs with 7 companies. The first 2 agreements with Moderna and Pfizer were announced in August 2020, followed by similar agreements with Johnson & Johnson, Novavax, Sanofi, and GlaxoSmithKline, AstraZeneca, and Medico. None of the portfolio vaccines had a Canadian-based manufacturing capability at the time. In most cases, initial agreements were signed through memorandums of understanding and term sheets with international sources to secure access to an early vaccine supply for Canada, while providing time for the regulatory process and to work through complex terms and conditions with the manufacturers. The APAs have the obligations of a contract while being structured to allow flexibility given uncertainties around the development of new vaccines. Essentially, they allowed for the purchase of something that didn't yet exist. When these agreements were signed, it was not known which vaccine candidates would go on to receive Health Canada authorization, and if so, when that would be. As well, production capacity and supply chains were still being developed. All these unknowns meant that it was impossible to establish detailed delivery schedules. Indeed, the agreements include quarterly delivery targets. Each company had its own negotiating strategy and different demands and pricing per dose depending on the investments made in research, manufacturing and supply logistics, which added to the complexity of landing agreements. As a common element, all agreements required initial investments with the vaccine manufacturers to support vaccine development, testing, and at-risk manufacturing. While waiting for the authorization of vaccines, Canada began to put in place contracts for the logistics, storage, and distribution networks that would be needed once the vaccines were authorized and ready for distribution. Canada consistently sought ways to secure quicker deliveries of approved vaccines. Once vaccines were authorized for use in Canada, the Government of Canada worked closely with suppliers to accelerate deliveries and to ensure that a steady stream of vaccines was arriving in the country as quickly as possible. Doses of Pfizer BioNTech's Comirnaty, Moderna's Spikevax, AstraZeneca's Vaxzevria, and Johnson & Johnson, the first 4 vaccines authorized by Health Canada, arrived in the country since December 2020, allowing provinces and territories to
Ms.
carry
Bradford,
out...
I am going to ask you to
I'm just
speak to
wrapping
the
up.
motion. Okay.
Okay. To carry out their COVID-19 vaccination programs. On July 27th, 2021, the Government of Canada announced that Canada had reached a major milestone, receiving more than 66 million doses of the COVID-19 vaccines. This meant that Canada had received enough doses to fully vaccinate every eligible person in Canada. I think it bears repeating that Canada worked closely with suppliers to ensure that we have enough doses to meet not only our current needs, but future ones as well. These contracts, in fact, are still in force, so the government can make further purchases as required, I believe, through 2024 to 2025. This is another consideration in our discussion about reviewing the contracts and looking at the prices and the terms. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I believe, Mr. Housefather, you signaled. Thank you. And again, don't be shy about waving at me. I do my best, but over to you, Mr. Housefather.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the committee's attention to all of these things. Look, I think that it's pretty clear that we're right now at an irreconcilable difference over the question of the NDA. I think we're all agreed that and I felt very strongly about it, as strongly as I think many others do, that the committee has a right to see the documents and has a right to see them in an unredacted way. I think we all agree that it should be done in a way that retains confidentiality. And then the real difference is, based on the information that I have, which, is what I best understand, there's a process under the contract that needs to be followed. Now, Mr. Chair, you had mentioned before, and I appreciate you saying that, you were concerned about the issue of the NDA in the motion. I would refer you to the Justice Committee that has adopted motions saying that any members of the Justice Committee that wish to see certain things have to sign an NDA. Related to, for example, Supreme Court appointments, vacancies, I know that when I was allowed to see the application forms of the other of the candidates, I had to sign an NDA. So I don't think it's unprecedented. And again, I want to think of it more as not, again, I hope that I'm not doing this only because I'm a Liberal MP, that I'm saying I think an NDA is required. I think no matter who I was, whether I was in government or in opposition, whatever party I was part of, I think it's my responsibility as a member to say, yes, I want to see it, yes, I insist on my role in seeing it, but I want to mitigate any potential damages. Now, another thing that I'll suggest, because I don't believe in filibustering and rambling, that's not me. I don't do that. I'm very honest and candid about stuff like that. It's not me. Right? To me, there has to be a solution. There has to be a solution, right, that allows the committee to achieve consensus. We're not going to achieve consensus today on an NDA or not an NDA. What I again ask is, let us go back. I get what you're saying about the fact that the companies are unlikely to waive NDAs willy-nilly, but maybe they'll have another option than an NDA. Maybe what should happen is not only should the committee be informed by the department, but at the very first meeting coming back, we call the department's legal advisors to explain to the committee in an in-camera session what they see as the legal risks of not signing the NDAs. And then the committee can make that decision based on full knowledge, not just my hearsay knowledge. And because I'd like to be, le mot, je crois en français c'est éclairé, en anglais c'est...
I want to be enlightened. Enlightened.
What the risk is, because nobody here is making this decision with exactly knowing the risk. And if we know that there is some risk to the Canadian taxpayer, if there's a breach, why wouldn't we at least try to inform ourselves exactly what that risk is? And since today is the first that I've heard about any of this, I think that that's my best suggestion. Let's, again, all agree that the documents come in unredacted way. The committee is free to vote after they hear the information about why the NDA is required to reject that advice And hopefully even they'll come and say, yeah, we found a solution. It doesn't require an NDA. So again, my only way that I think we'd find consensus is to suspend the discussion and bring back the next meeting. And if you want, call as a witness the people from the department that can explain what their interactions were with the suppliers over the last couple of weeks and what the risk is. And they could provide that to the committee and in camera. And then you can assess whether it's reasonable or not. And maybe we'll listen and we'll all agree that it's not reasonable either, that it's an over-legalization of the problem and there's not really such a great risk, or maybe it will be the reverse and you guys will say, yeah, there is a risk we didn't really understand, and as a result, we think that this is the right way forward. So that's my best suggestion. I'm not going to talk any longer.
I see, I see everyone. So this is maybe a silly question. You're not withdrawing your motion, are you? No. Okay.
Not unless I hear consensus about doing the other thing.
All right, I have first Ms. Shanahan.
But I think, if you can put me back on the list,
Okay.
Chair, I think I'll
Mr.
I believe it's
Fragoscatos?
Mr. Fragoscatos was. Are you?
Thank you. Well, thanks, Ms. Shanahan, but naturally, thank you, Mr. Chair. Here, too, we have another reasonable proposition that's been offered to the committee. I would hope that somehow breaks the logjam, so to speak, that unfortunately has materialized here tonight. I just remind colleagues, and sometimes we do need that reminder because particularly in today's political environment, whether it's in Canada or elsewhere, we do have a lot of partisanship that unfolds. And on this committee, we try to be above that, or we certainly should. Mr. Chair, you'll remember in the summer that you were there, I was there. A number of the members of the committee attended the gathering here in Ottawa, where as members of the Parliament of the Public Accounts Committee, we joined with others at provincial levels and certainly in the public service as well to understand more about what committees focused on this issue of public accounts do in their work and how they seek to carry it out. And one of the things that really was evident is that the nonpartisan nature of each of these committees is absolutely instrumental towards the success that each committee is able to have or not to have. When committees are politicized, when they are, when it is nothing but partisanship, that committee is all the more likely to not succeed. That is particularly true of a committee that's supposed to be, under the terms of its mandate, nonpartisan. So where I'm going with this, because I'm sure that either you, Mr. Chair, or more likely Mr. McCauley will question me on relevance, where I'm going with this is that we just heard another very sensible, I think, reasonable point of view put forward by Mr. Housefather. What is wrong with what he's suggesting? Again, this is, we would, in a few days' time, when we reconvene here on Parliament Hill, we would have the ability not just to examine a written response, but we could, in an in-camera session, talk to public officials about all these matters, and then decide for ourselves where risk lies or does not lie. We might come to the view that the view of PSPC on this is wrong, and that we can proceed in the way that has been proposed by the Bloc and by some other members of this committee. But I speak for myself, but I think colleagues certainly on this side will join me in saying that it's very difficult to come to a decision when we haven't properly understood a fulsome point of view on this question of NDAs and as they relate to this subject at hand. Let me also point out, and Mr. Housefather referenced it in passing, but I don't think it's a point to be dismissed, that in other committees, the signing of non-disclosure agreements is not something that is ruled out. And in fact, some committees have embraced that. I point you, Mr. Chair, to an earlier report of the Standing Committee of Justice. The report was written when the Advisory Committee on the Appointment of Supreme Court Judges was put into place a few years back. One of the recommendations of the report, and this is an early report on how the committee would be constituted, says the following. It's recommendation 3, Mr. Chair, in case you're wondering. The committee, and I'm quoting now, the committee recommends that all members of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights who agree to sign a non-disclosure agreement be consulted by the Minister of Justice on the short list of candidates for appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada. This will allow members of Parliament to fulfill their roles as democratic representatives and lawmakers. Notice there's a direct link there between the signing of the NDA and members of Parliament carrying out their obligations. The committee, let me continue now, the committee also recommends that all the material in the possession of the advisory board concerning the candidates be shared with members after signing the non-disclosure agreement, and that sufficient time be allocated for members to do their research on the candidates once they are in receipt of such materials. It continues from there, but I won't belabor the point. Mr. Chair, and you're nodding. So you agree with me that members of Parliament have signed non-disclosure agreements, that is not outside the norm, and therefore if they've signed non-disclosure agreements, it is logical to conclude that the signing of such agreements does not breach parliamentary privilege. This is a point that's been raised by the opposition today. In fact, Mr. McCauley said that he would be deeply insulted at that proposition. But members of the Justice Committee, perhaps there's other committees, maybe that's something we could look at in order to resolve this whole debate and discussion. That's something that certainly colleagues on the Justice Committee have done. So if they've done it there, their parliamentary privilege hasn't been broken unless they've resigned themselves to that outcome and accepted that their parliamentary privilege would be broken. And I don't think they did that. So with that in mind, I put it again to colleagues. Let's think reasonably here. If they don't want to agree to Mr. Housefather's amendment today, and they clearly do not, let's give it a few days for us to reconvene and talk to officials in our normal way, in the way that we've become accustomed to at this committee. PSPC officials can come in, they can talk about the risks as they see them, they can talk about why there's a necessity from their perspective of a non-disclosure agreement. I think that's, as I said before, eminently reasonable. And I think that's what we should be doing on this committee. We should always be trying to find ways to be reasonable. And I've seen that committee, this committee rather, work in that direction. And when it happens, we do very good work together, whether it's on subjects of relating to the environment or Indigenous affairs or the public accounts in general. I thought we've had some very good meetings where there's been a lot of collaboration. In fact, I've seen members, and it happens both ways, give up time to fellow members to raise questions in matters that they're particularly interested in. I think collectively we're interested in all the subjects that naturally come to our attention. But there'll be some items that come our way. I'm thinking of last week when Mr. Desjardins, obviously, and for very clear reasons. No, I understand that. I'm making the point, Blake, that we have worked constructively together on an issue that, for clear reasons, Mr. Desjardins feels very strongly. We gave up time, and he's been very good to work with in this committee as a whole. My point is that when we work together, we do find ways to advance this committee's agenda constructively. So I would, in the spirit of reminding colleagues of the fact that we can get to good outcomes, remind them, all of them, that we've seen this committee do very good things when we cooperate. So Mr. Housefather's amendment, I think, moves in that direction. Now, if there's not agreement on that, then this suggestion rather that he's put forward, where we would call in public servants to answer questions on this whole thing about this whole matter of NDAs and confidentiality and their concerns, I think is something that at least we can, I hope, agree on and give it a few days and come back. So I think Ms. Shanahan has some comments that she wanted to put on the record, and I'll leave it there for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First, I'm going to hear from Mr. Desjardins and then Ms. Shanahan. Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just for those folks who, in the words of Ms. Shannon, may be watching, I want to just bring this up to speed for those folks. We're dealing with a reasonable motion that was tabled by the Bloc Québécois to look at commercial contracts entered into by the government. I've tried my best today and in the past to try and find a consensus path forward here, and it seems as though we've made some efforts to getting to that point, but it's clear that the government's interest to protect the government from liability is outweighing their commitment to have transparency for Canadians, and that I take issue with. It's important, and I mean this, and I told you folks before, like, I understand why you're doing this. Anyone in your position would likely be doing this. You know, defending your contracts, the contracts of the government. But while you sit here in public accounts, your jobs are different. You should be looking out for the best interests of Canadians right now. And you agreed in your own amendment that this is something that is a matter of interest for Canadians, a matter of national import. And to disagree on semantics, to disagree and not answer a direct question when, as a reasonable member of this committee, I believe I am, have asked for what would be and or constitute the difference between the motion and the amendment, I would be willing to hear what that is. The only difference between the motion and the amendment is that you want to bring liability to these members by having them sign an NDA. And I understand that the government's dealings with corporations are something that may or may not have international, what did Ms. Yip say? Damage our international reputation, release these companies' proprietary information, and supply chain issues. These are reasons that ought not to fetter this committee's ability to investigate commercial contracts between the government and the pharmaceutical companies. And the level of obstruction and attacks I've just heard from the opposite members, I'm disappointed. I'm not happy with how this has all turned out. If there was true partnership in the committee sense that we would have non-consensus to these things, you would see that the NDA is obviously a concern. And a willing partner may look at that and say, we may not be able to get a consensus on the NDAs, but we can get a consensus on going in camera. That is a level of security that is reasonable. And it may not be in the legal opinion of the government to continue that way, but it is of the legal opinion of the clerk of this place. Not the clerk of this council, but the law clerk, who's delivered us a letter, and you may, look at it. I'm not going to read directly from the Auditor General's report in a way that would waste committee members' time, which I think is offensive to our time, because I think it's important to actually realize that the question on the table is whether or not we, as members of a committee of parliament, should have access to documents. The law clerk had to tell us how to do it, and it's clearly in this letter. That's all on your tables. I want to repeat, particularly for perhaps the government members who may be providing advice, this is not the government of Canada. This is the Parliament of Canada. And the Parliament of Canada absorbs no risk or liability that the government of Canada enters into in its dealings with private companies. Do you see how that's different? That's an important and core principle. And Mr. Housefather, I know you know these things. I know you're a reasonable fella. You're a reasonable person. And if you were on our side, you'd be doing the exact same thing. You'd be wondering, this is in camera, it's confidential. The rules of the law clerk are built within the motion. It's of reasonable import, but it may not be convenient for the government. You would have to see the frustration this puts members of the opposition in. And I've done my best to try to get to a consensus position that would, one, guarantee the members of this committee, including the Liberals, a confidential process where you could review this information, a request of your colleagues and a request on behalf of Canadians. It's a reasonable request. But you seem to be obsessed with this idea that the government's risk is more important than the Parliament's ability to review commercial contracts. That is not okay. You need to see that the paramountcy of having this information for the sake of our institution is important. Because if a new Democratic government were there, you'd be asking the same thing. If a Conservative government were there, you'd be asking the same thing. What are the dealings of the government of Canada, public dollar, with private corporations like pharmaceutical companies? It's wild, the level of obstruction we're witnessing here. A really basic motion that gives the credibility to the fact that there's risk and offers a solution, one that is highlighted by the letter from our law clerk. And it's obvious and apparent to me and probably everyone who's following this along that you have information that we do not. That it's motivating a tremendous refusal to cooperate with what I believe is a good and reasonable amendment. I don't believe, as Ms. Shanahan said, that this is a highly partisan request. If it was highly partisan, the option would be to amend the Bloc Québécois motion, take out all the procedures that would protect the government in camera, and proceed that way. Alternatively, we can refer this to the House and do the same thing. Why would the government increase the level of risk when right in front of you is a process that guarantees you an in-camera session? You would rather protect the company's interests and the government's interest than the interest of Canadians in Parliament. It's understandable, which is why I'm doing all best efforts to sympathize with you. I understand the two hats all of you play, but I need you to see how important this is. And if you build goodwill at this portion, whatever the boogeyman you fear on the other end of this may not come to fruition. If you cooperate, Canadians have decided that the Liberals don't deserve a majority government. You can't make these decisions without cooperation from other people. And we're asking for cooperation. And you're scared that we're going to leak this information if it's in camera. Because if that's not what you're saying, and you're saying that the process that the Bloc have put forward is not secure enough, then I need to know why you believe that's not secure enough. Because I believe it's a secure process. I believe that going in camera, the items outlined by the law clerk as an option to do that, protects us and likely protects the government. These corporations are definitely upset about this. I fully agree. They're probably phoning each and every one of you, probably phoning the government, not you folks, the government. They're phoning the government of Canada. We know that. And the risk of having that information present to members of Parliament, you're making you're qualifying your decision to say that we are more dangerous than these companies, Canadians. Like, it's quite shocking, but not unpredictable. You came into the government came into a contract, it agreed to the terms of that contract, and now you're here in front of us, telling us those terms of the contract, which us members were not a part of, is our problem somehow. What I'm telling you is there's an opportunity to do this work in camera, to give the government the benefit of the doubt that what is within these contracts and the process to which this committee is asking for is done in a way that meets both of the requests halfway. You seem to think that this is a decision between risk and no risk. It's a decision between risk and risk. Full documents ordered by our House of Commons, or the documents we can see in camera here in this committee. The option you're presenting isn't an option that is going to have the result you want, which is complete nullification of all the risk. By having individual members of Parliament sign NDAs. That's an extraordinary procedure, one fit for national defense. We're talking about a commercial contract. There's nothing to hide here. If there is, then I'd be even more concerned. But I believe there's nothing to hide here. But in fairness to Canadians, they need to see that. They need to have members like us of the opposition go in and verify those things in a way that is transparent to us and to Parliament. That's a fair thing to ask for. The reality is the NDA, if it's the thing that will, it's a pill you can never swallow, and the kind of precedent that sets, like, it's very plausible that this becomes a common occurrence if you allow this to happen. That committee after committee after committee, MPs will be shut down in their ability to second documents. Why would you do this to our institutions? No wonder Canadians don't trust these institutions. When this is the level of difficulty MPs have to go through to get a very secure process to analyze information. I need you to listen to your colleagues, not the narrow advice of a lawyer in the government and department. Their job is very different than our jobs. Their job, of course, they're going to tell you, don't release any information. They're going to tell you, it's going to blow everything up. Everyone's going to sue us. It's their job to tell you those things. But your job, my job, this committee's job, is to ensure that we have access to documents and be able to review them. We understand the sensitivity of it. That's why the motion is dealt with the way it is. It's reasonable. You're asking members of the opposition to come into agreement to review documents? This is a pretty good deal. But to go so far as to suggest that we bind ourselves to an NDA to exercise our privilege and our right is strange, and one that creates a dangerous precedent, and one I would not want to be on the other end of. But we find ourselves there. And it's morally deplorable. Because Canadians don't deserve that. They deserve better access. They deserve a cooperative committee members that would see that we're offering you the very thing you want. You're asking for confidentiality. We're using the utmost tools to our disposal to do that within the perspective of vote-infringing privilege, which includes the notes by the clerk of the law clerk, which are read into this motion. And you'd rather than seek the advice of parliamentarians, your colleagues in this committee, and the colleagues that we have that serve us here in Parliament, to take the narrow advice of the department, which is narrow interest, is not to release or divulge information to Canadians. Their narrow interest is to ensure that their contracts are protected. I understand the advice they're giving you. Good advice, because that's their job. But you need to listen to different advice. Advice of your colleagues who in committee have the power to second these documents, whether you agree or not. And we're offering you a solution to it. We will go in camera, we'll review the documents, protect the government's dealings, which is what you want. That is the compromise. To suggest you want more on the scale makes it unfair, and you're hearing that from the members here. If it was easy to do the NDAs and everything else, would be done already. But the reality is that's too much. You're asking for extraordinary circumstances that set a terrible precedent, because you would not want to be on the other end of that. It's a simple request. And I really do believe, and I really hope those folks who are watching, in particular those folks who may be concerned about the level of risk present in the government, good job. Because these members are heeding your advice at the disservice of Canadians. The law clerk has been clear. We can do this I recommend all of you take a look at that note from the law clerk to our chair. It's an important piece of information that allows us to do the things that Canadians need us to do. And to think otherwise is an act of partisanship. I fully expect, following my remarks, the same rhetoric we've already heard from our opposition members, which is, are the government members which are sliding into so far detracting from this subject. We need to find a process where you look at the evidence that's tabled in front of you by your colleagues of this committee who have the right to second these documents. The right. We're not asking, it's a demand. And it's important that that perspective is heard in this minority parliament. You can't do whatever you want in this place. There's oversight that's reasonable, and that oversight's being presented to you in a reasonable way. And you're saying that going in camera and the processes that are identified by our colleague from the bloc is insufficient, is ignoring the information presented by the law clerk in favor of advice from the department, which narrow interest is to defend its contracts, not to disclose them to the public. My goodness. And who do you think the department is talking to about these things? The pharmaceutical companies. Yep. Of course, the government doesn't want you to have us look at these documents. Of course, you're sitting here in front of us asking us to sign NDAs because the companies want that. It's important. And it's not because of partisanship, Probably the Conservatives and the New Democrats probably the furthest distance in terms of ideology, but we agree with the basic principle that oversight in this committee is an important piece to how this government or any government in the future ought to function. I would never want to see, which could possibly happen, the honourable member from Edmonton West sitting across from me asking me to sign the NDA and saying, well, remember last parliament, did that happen? We need to have some foresight here. The narrow interest of protecting these contracts is not worth it, my friends. It's not. To sacrifice so much, to go this far, I'm aghast by it. It's to use this much time and effort. I'll talk all day because that's obviously what's going to happen here. If I give up this time, you're going to go on forever. And I know that. And so I'll use that time to continue to talk to each and every one of you about that. It's a serious thing. We're talking about billions of dollars here. Billions of dollars between a private company that we want oversight for. And you're saying you need to sign an NDA. That's wild. Wild level of extraordinary protection. When there's already clear safeguards. Why wouldn't you take the opportunity to accept those safeguards? You could play strong all you want, but these safeguards are built in. What you're asking for is there. Absent of a NDA, something the corporations want of the department, something this committee is obviously not willing to do. With that fact, you're presented with two options. One option is to vote on the amendment that the bloc have tabled, which is reasonable, has safeguards, takes your position into account, far greater than any other party here, in hopes to build consensus. Because you know just as well as we do, and the law clerk apparently, that all of these things aren't necessary for us to have oversight over documents. Why would you gamble like this? If you really care about the government and you really care about Canadians not being exposed to risk, you would take the opportunity that this security of the motion provides. rather than force us to go to Parliament to have these documents seconded to us. It is the worst, one of the worst instances of risk management I've seen. It is not appropriate risk management review. There is no option that is presented to you that says 0 risk and 100% risk. That's a fallacy. Both motions and the amendment present the exact same risk. Maybe differently to the government rather than to the Parliament, but to us parliamentarians, the exact same risk. You have an option to take what I think is a pretty good deal, to go in camera, have these documents reviewed. It's not so hard. It's not going to be a big deal like you think it's going to be. And if you get sued, defend Canadians. Defend them. Don't push them away like you are now, asking that they don't deserve to have oversight because you're going to get sued, and it's a risk to all Canadians and the taxpayer. You should have never came into a contract like this, which would require NDAs, knowing that Parliament has power to view these documents. Why would a government seeking to make secret something secret, knowing that the Parliament could make it unsecret? You know, I'll say it again for Peter. Why would you, as a government, enter into a contract with a confidentiality clause, knowing that you could not stop what is happening right here today? It was going to become public. It's going to become public one way or another, because this committee has decided it's important, and Canadians have decided it's a matter of national import. But, thank heavens, the Bloc Québécois thought, you know what? There is some risk here. Maybe we should review this in a reasonable way. Maybe we should look at this within a committee, because MPs are duly elected, and who's going to look at these other than MPs? It should be MPs. And I thank Mr. Housefather for bringing those rights up. And I wish that he rely on those principles of good governance now. It's the right of MPs to view these contracts, and to suggest anything else is a request. It's a please. And you've heard no. So now we need to take the reasonable perspective of having some level of protection versus no level of protection. I suggest that we, as colleagues, accept the level of protection that is offered to this committee and to the government by way of going in camera. A verified option by the law clerk in their letter to us and to our chair. These are reasonable steps. Why is the perspective of the department greater than the perspective of Canadians? It's an important piece of this work. And it's unfortunate we've resolved to this position where we are at now, where I'm going to keep saying those things until you can really hear how important. Really hear it and listen to your colleagues about this. Or you can do what you accused us of doing, which was having a narrow perspective. The narrowest perspective present to this committee is the perspective of the department that would seek to protect itself at all costs, even at the cost of transparency, which is how institutions break. That's how institutions die. The in-camera portion of this protects each and every one of you, protects the government, even against the department's legal recommendation. Perhaps that's true. And you're probably all concerned about that most. But that's a different thing you're doing than looking out for the interests at public accounts. And you need to be transparent about that. That's what I find offensive. And then you would accuse us of being partisan for that. I won't name the member unless Housefather want me to. It's important. This is really important. Billions of dollars. This isn't your money. This is Canadians' money. They deserve to have MPs, especially MPs, a chance to review these documents. It's a reasonable request, one of compromise, one that has thoughtful input on your behalf. And it's gone to the point now where I believe our member from the bloc is offended. And you're breaking down collegiality in this place, breaking down the purpose of this institution, of the laws that are already in place to protect in these exact circumstances. In favor of an opinion from a department that's narrow interest is to defend itself. There's a difference there. Pretty incredible difference, actually. And you've recognized it yourself, Mr. Housefather. The government of Canada is not a Liberal MP. But in this case, we have Liberal MPs not wanting to look at the motion put forward in a reasonable way because the department is concerned about liability. So much so that I would request that these members table an amendment that would force NDAs upon members of this committee and duly elected members of this House, whose rights are paramount in this place. Because if that weren't the case, we wouldn't have a parliament. We'd have a dictatorship where the government would do and enter any contracts and any agreements it wants without any oversight. The extraordinary circumstances you're asking and requesting in this committee are being rejected. But it doesn't mean that your principle of ensuring that confidentiality of these agreements is there. No, that's very different. There's a process that's been identified. And should any one of us breach the requirements of going in camera, we all have rights to ensure that that member is held accountable. That is a level of security of this place, a level of trust that's been going on for 100 some odd years. And to change it now for the benefit of a department of the government is inappropriate. Because I know that these members, our Liberal colleagues, would not want to be on the other end of that, should it be another government. To be held liable for the dealings of a government that wasn't even, that you never even had an opportunity to see the contract or dealings of. And I know you, each of you understand that. I know that. You're good, reasonable people. I believe everyone in this place are good, reasonable people. But I also understand that we have a job to do and there's interests involved. And I can see your interests very clearly. And I'd hope that you can see our interests as clearly as well. And see that our interests are paramount here to the interests of protecting the department. The interests of transparency and trust for Canadians in one of the greatest times of division in our country. And to do this, to ask members to do an NDA, will very much verify the things that some of our opposition colleagues often fearmonger about. That's why I believe we can come to a position, absent of the department's recommendation, that each and every one of you take upon yourselves and your roles as duly elected members of this House and see that one of your colleagues, another duly elected member, has tabled a motion that seeks to benefit Canadians and is a matter of national import. In addition, takes into account your position, the department's position, that's the offer, reasonable one. Because I trust that when the bloc tabled this, it was of the perspective that there was obviously confidential information in there. It's obvious that there was information related to confidentiality clauses. And so it was built right into the motion. Right into it. And so of the time that we have remaining here, I hope that my colleagues would see there's a reasonable request, a reasonable motion on the table that would do away with this circumstance we're in now. Or we return to this subject after 2 weeks. Sure, some people fundraise. Why even do the opportunity? When you have a chance and a goodwill of the mover of this motion. And I don't think there could be a time where that goodwill runs out. And the worst case scenario for the government becomes possible. The release of these documents without the protection of in-camera. Because of how important it is for Canadians to understand that there's trust in the expenditure of billions of dollars. And I hope you can see those things for what they are. You know, I might not be here forever, which, sure, you know, whatever. But I'd hope that anyone who sits in this room here, and anyone who sits in public accounts in the future, any government, that these members would have the respect and that their rights would be respected as MPs, as members of Canada's chamber, as Canada's national parliament, to be able to do really basic things. Like always have the opportunity to make sure, as per the laws of this country, allow us to, without let or hindrance. The signing of an NDA is one of those things. And it's a goodwill I'm requesting on behalf of all members of this committee. And when the Bloc brought this forward, it was one of the very first questions was, is it secure enough? Was the first thing that was brought up. That's why the motion is the way it is. It's one of the most secure processes we have in this place. One of the most secure processes in this country. And you're requesting, and it was made mention by our chair, that he's concerned about the breach of privilege. And I don't take that lightly. If we begin to pick away at the institutions that protect Canadians by adding barriers, adding requirements of law, binding them to NDAs, you would not agree when, you know, which will happen one day. The Liberals will be in opposition one day. That's how democracy works. You would not want this to bind you. And what a request of this committee. I don't even know if contracts have ever, if this has ever happened. Where commercial contracts dealing with medicine like this were so secretive in a time of great division, when you'd think we'd unite on ensuring that we can get consensus on these things. And the best way forward is to have consensus at this table. That's what I'm interested in. That's why this motion, I believe, is well written. It's fair to all persons here. It utilized the existing processes of Parliament. It used the precedent that's been set in this place for 100 some odd years. A note from the Auditor General, a note from the law clerk, but those aren't enough. The department wants NDAs because the department knows it's going to have dealings with these companies, and their interests are far different. Whatever their interests may be, they are not the interests that we are asking about here. And so I'd humbly request that members, like I doubt we're going to get to a vote on this today. So I hope that later on, during the break, you take opportunities to talk to folks and see whether or not you would want to be on the other end of this. Because it puts us in a difficult position. A really difficult position, an unfair one, that you wouldn't agree with yourselves. Stephen Harper was around and asked you to do that. Yeah, that would be a historic moment, watching, you know, Peter Pergoscatos sign an NDA in the Harper government. But that's what's being requested here. And even in a minority setting, you'd think where our members would want to be cooperative as possible, knowing they don't have the will of the majority of Canadians, which is a really important piece to this, because you're going to have to go home and ask your constituents and tell them all about this in a way that you're going to have to say the same things you said to us, oh, it's really important, the government's going to get sued, so we don't want to release these contracts because the government's going to get sued. So we better not release these contracts. They would say, what? You know that. They'd be aghast by this. But that's what we're faced with. And so I want to summarize the fact that there is will at the table to come to a consensus on this. The Bloc Québécois, New Democrats, and even Conservatives are willing to go in camera to protect the confidentiality of these agreements. It may not be the perspective the department wants you to take, but it should be the perspective you take on behalf of Canadians. Because I understand that each of you don't, you're not in the department itself. If you were an ADM or even deputy minister, your job would be very different. It would be to protect that contract and to protect the agreements within it. I understand that's the perspective you're taking now. But there's another perspective, a perspective of being MPs and maybe even future members of the opposition, where this becomes a precedent. And some parties in this country would use that as a process to forever exclude members from seeing contracts. And so I really, really suggest that these members take seriously the will of Parliament and the will of duly elected members, instead of the narrow perspective of a department that seeks to protect a contract of private dealings with a commercial company, because that is ultimately what's happening here. The corporations want an NDA. Maybe even the government knew that. Maybe even the government, when entering these contracts with these corporations, said, let's put an NDA clause in here, just in case those parliamentarians of Canada want to actually review it. Or even worse, let's put a confidentiality clause. This is the reason why committees in Canada exist. This is why one of the oldest oversight committees in the country is here. Public Accounts, one of the oldest standing committees for this purpose. And to not see the opportunity that the motion provides you and the coverage it provides you is foolish, because the alternative is worse. Read the note. They tell you, the law clerk tells you what the alternatives are, what options this committee has. And it doesn't say make the members sign NDAs. It says the opposite. It says there's many actions we can take to protect information. I refer to page 3 of the note from the law clerk. Any of those options. Look at it right now. You're all going to be here for another, 50 minutes. More. I'll read it out then. I might as well. I'll read the whole letter, since it's important. It says, to the chair.
Actually, Mr. Desjardins, would you yield for a minute? I can either come back to you or I can go to the list.
Am I back after?
You can always go back on the list. So.
But am I starting at the bottom of the list? I'll allow you to continue. I'll allow you a moment.
Let me just.
But I'm going to continue.
Sure. Let me just give an update here. Normally, at this point, this committee realizes the writing is on the wall. Having said that, this is a motion that can be debated and debated. I've added time to this committee. If you've got flights tonight, you might want to move them. And I'm not averse to having this committee sit over the break as well. And in fact, if this obstruction continues, I will work to that effect. I'm not going to let this motion, when the writing is on the wall, derail important committee work, because if I must, I will begin to move the Auditor General out of her meeting slots with us. We're going to resolve this at some point, and I can count just like everyone else here can. So I would yield back to you, Mr. Desjardins. You're making a very impassioned speech. I appreciate that. Your time is you can go on and on, but recognize there are more people that want to speak to this motion as well. Back to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I do recognize that there may be other members who want to speak to this, but I also realize that after me, only one member may speak after that. And so I want to make sure that my points are very, very clear in two important facts. One, the perspective that's being taken by our colleagues from the Liberal bench is not one that is consistent with this committee or its traditions. Ms. Shanahan can maybe answer this better. In public accounts, have you ever been forced to sign an NDA? You know, these are important aspects of questions that these things have just never happened. For commercial contracts especially. It's very shocking to know that contracts were even entered into this way. I digress from that point because, you know, governments make dealings all the time. But government should also know that while they make those dealings, they are accountable to Canadians at the end of the day. This is a measure of accountability that is being requested in an oversight committee to which the opposition controls. We need cooperative members to see that the value and import of Canadians to this issue is critical. One, to have consensus to end, I think, a division on this topic, which is my greatest goal. I would hate to see this motion voted on and just the opposition. I really want to give you folks the benefit of the doubt that the processes that are undertaken through the motion are truly, in your perspective, insufficient. But the request that you're asking to compensate that is just so extreme. And so we're left with a very difficult position here. Nearly unreconcilable, but not impossible. One where I think, and I suggest, that if there's a more reasonable amendment that does not create a precedent where commercial contracts are signed by MPs and you need an NDA to sign it, which is obviously an issue here, then I'm willing to hear that amendment. But I'm not willing to allow a precedent that would disproportionately harm all future committees this way when any dealings of a private contract are dealt with become the standard or norm. Because I know you wouldn't want to be on the other end of that. And so my position now is that we, when it is available, Chair, whenever we come to a vote on this, that we utilize the goodwill that is within the Bloc Québécois motion. There's goodwill present in there. And I don't want to take words out of the Bloc Québécois mouth or Natalie's mouth, but those were built in there for the specific and explicit purpose that these documents were confidential. That's why the motion reads the way it is. And so it's important that you see that as the opportunity it presents itself, because that's something that can have the effect of compromise between both sides. We see the documents, you get confidentiality, both good things. But to be so partisan and to say our way or the highway is extreme. And to set a precedent that would have us sign NDAs for commercial contracts. Like, come on. Come on. Canadians deserve better than that. These members of this committee deserve better than that. We're not gonna, MPs aren't out to hurt everybody. We're here to do a job that Canadians have duly elected these members to do. And they've requested a reasonable motion to which they have force because they have a number of willing members of this committee. And you're not reading the letters on the wall that are saying, no one is going to go along with this amendment. That being said, because the amendment is intrusive, that being said, the next best thing is the motion. I do believe that if this motion began as a demand all documents publicly in committee, you would probably come back with an amendment of confidentiality in some way, shape, or form. And then we would have agreed. And maybe it would have arisen the way that this amendment, or so the motion as it originally is tabled, is. Confidentiality, secure location, important pieces to this. And so I would like to see us get to a vote on this. I'd like us to do this without interrupting the procedures of this committee. And I do maintain the fact that I know members know what the right thing to do here is on behalf of Canadians, on behalf of the country. It's in camera. It's in camera. Anthony, it's in camera. It's in camera. Like when you spoke about this, you offered a compelling argument about the need for confidentiality, and I agree with that. And that's what's offered in the motion. The risk that going in camera presents, yeah, I agree. You know, you never know what could happen in this place in terms of what someone says in the House of Commons chamber. But that was something you were never going to stop to begin with. You're never going to stop that to begin with. You're never going to stop that from happening. And Han Dong even mentioned it last week, you might remember. Accuse members that when something goes in camera, it's going to end up in the House. This member, a member from Edmonton West, refuted that, which was reasonable, which was a good thing to refute, because we would never do that. But to start from that position of fear and risk is a problem when needing to talk about transparency in the place of transparency. And so I think it's a reasonable motion. We're not going to get the amendment agreed upon today. The motion is something that is reasonable, that we can get consensus on right now. The motion does have the qualities of ensuring that there's protection and aspects of the government's, important aspects of confidentiality. And it is the best to which the motion reads now. And so I'd suggest unless the amendment can be, a new amendment can be tabled that takes out some of the important aspects that were mentioned, like the desire not to have an NDA, then maybe we can get to a point of agreement. But if that is the hard line of the government, that entrenched position to do and protect the government at all costs, the department at all costs, that is the opposite of exactly what you're accusing us of, being in entrenched positions. When as a matter of fact, the position that's presented by the motion is actually an account of yours. It's directly a compromise. And so I hope you can see the goodwill there. And I still stand by my words that we all have a job, and that job in this committee is to be able to review these contracts. That is what the motion reads now. And we discuss that in camera. We go in camera, we review those contracts in camera, and Canadians are assured, better assured. Or we continue down this path of creating more and more confidentiality clauses to continuously and onerously fetter Parliament. And I'll leave it there, Mr. Chair. But before I do, I really hope and invite members to read some of the documents that were tabled and sent to our chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's been a speaking order. I believe Mr. Housefather is next. Any chance you're willing to withdraw your motion, sir?
No.
Over to you. Your motion, pardon me. Amendment to the motion.
No.
Pardon me. Over to you, Mr. Housefather.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm going to, again, not go on too long. I'm just going to briefly respond. A lot of, I think, accusations were almost turned out about the motive of people on this side that I don't take very kindly to. I didn't come here with any partisanship. I didn't say anything that was partisan at all. I didn't make any imputations of the motives of anybody. And in fact, I acknowledge and agree that the committee has the right to the documents. I said it from the beginning. I did never have taken the position that parliamentary committees don't have a right to documents. Parliamentary committees have an absolute right to documents. The question then is, when we say there's an absolute right to the unredacted documents, what is the responsible way to get that? I agree with you as well. Confidentiality is important. But it was also clear from what I understand that the easiest way to get the documents in an unredacted way without breaching the agreement is through this process that was set out in the amendment. So we came here in good faith with an amendment. We didn't come and say, no, we don't want you to have unredacted documents. We agree that you should have them. We came with the amendment that would set out a different process, a slightly different process than the one in the original motion. Now, everybody has a right to agree or not agree with that amendment. But to say that that amendment somehow is seeking to protect X or X, it's seeking to protect Canadian taxpayers from litigation for no reason, because there's a process to get the documents that doesn't involve that level of risk. Of course, we can all assess whether that risk is worth it or not. But to say that our nonpartisan civil service that enter into agreements and then provide advice as to what the scope of that agreement is and the way that parliamentarians should best access it is somehow against Canadians, I don't think is fair either. So tonight, I heard from my opposition colleagues, fairly, that they don't want the NDA. Okay, so I came back with another proposal. I said, let the department have until the next meeting to go to the suppliers and see if there's an alternative. Sorry? You were talking?
You can continue.
Okay. That's what I suggested. I didn't hear any other suggestion about anything. I suggested that. Then I suggested, okay, we'll even bring the legal representatives of the department to the next meeting so they could actually explain to the committee directly what they feel the risk is. So I think I've been actually the only person tonight that's actually presented any alternatives whatsoever and offered different suggestions to move forward. I haven't heard anything about a suggestion, a concrete proposal to deal with the concerns that I legitimately have, not as a government person, but as a Liberal member of Parliament that doesn't want to go beyond what it is that we should do to avoid risk. I don't think it's unreasonable, and I don't think I would be in a different position whatever side I was on. It's not unprecedented for a member of Parliament to sign an NDA. As Mr. Fragascatos pointed out, other committees have had NDAs. In fact, in my job, in my last job, every employer has their employees sign an NDA when they start work with the company. That's normal. So in this case, members of Parliament, because we're elected and we're in a unique position, don't sign NDAs. But what is the real harm of suggesting it? And again, if there's a desire not to sign the NDA, okay, that's fine. What is the other alternative? We don't know because we haven't A, explored it with the suppliers, or B, heard from the people that are the most knowledgeable who have access to the agreement and can talk to us about the scale of risk. So I don't know what to say other than tonight. I don't feel that I'm in a position to suggest things other than what's there because I have no new information to provide than I had when the meeting started. I do believe that it is up to parliamentarians, even though they do have an absolute right to see documents, to consider whether or not there are ways to see it that mitigate risk or not. And I don't think that's inappropriate.
Order, please.
Okay. So in any case, I just want to come back to the premise that do agree that transparency is important, do agree everybody should see the document, do agree that it should be seen in the near future, do agree that it should be seen in a secure location. I do note that I have read the council's letter, which basically sets out what the motion was, what the powers of the committee are, which nobody disputes, what to do if there's a refusal regarding production, which nobody disputes, and then goes on to say that the motion proposes measures to protect the confidentiality, there should be an of, the requested records, namely that the documents only be consulted in the committee clerk's office for 1 day. I agree with that. That is one way to protect confidentiality, which in normal course would be absolutely acceptable. And then while such measures are not mandatory, they would be a valid exercise of the committee's power, and that may address confidentiality concerns. They may or they may not, depending on what the contract actually says, which the person who wrote this doesn't have access to. Well, right, because he doesn't have access to the agreement to give legal advice as to what the potential liability under the agreement is.
Mr. Desjardins, if you could not interrupt the speaker.
Yeah, I mean, again, this basically says, which is absolutely true, all of this would be a valid exercise of the committee's powers, and that may address confidentiality concerns. They may or they may not. And again, there are people who have seen the agreement, who understand what the scope of the risk is, and that could come advise the committee on that scope of risk. Or alternatively, maybe now that they have the knowledge of the motion and where the committee wants to go, they can get an agreement with the suppliers to drop that or come up with an alternative. I don't think any of these things are unreasonable. All that this would do is delay the discussion on this and a solution to the next committee meeting. So because I actually don't want to filibuster, I am stopping now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe Ms. Shanahan is next.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to react to a couple of things. I think people here, colleagues, know what my preference for this entire exercise would be, but I am an example of a member who has been convinced by arguments to the contrary, and what my colleague is suggesting is something that's entirely, as an amendment, is entirely reasonable to me, and I don't always agree with my colleague. I don't always agree with Mr. Housefather, but I have enormous respect for his analysis, for his careful and objective reading of certainly of legal documents, and also the way that he cares about the outcomes of what he does. And so that is what brought me to the position that one thing about these contracts is that they don't just belong to the government. They are signed by other parties, and that is what gives the additional level of concern here, something that certainly, and it wouldn't be expected that all members of Parliament, that's not our expertise, that we would know about. So the suggestion of Mr. Housefather to have witnesses from the department, who, by the way, are public servants. And so I find it disturbing that a member here would question the integrity of our public service, especially, I'm sorry, Mr. Desjardins, but someone who belongs to the New Democratic Party. It's not something that I'm accustomed to hearing. And it's almost demonizing the work of these public servants.
Okay.
Point of order. That's
you can be offended, but that's not a point of order, and I will give you the right to return to it. But do you actually have a point of order?
If I have a right to return to it, yeah.
And Ms. Shannon, so what you're addressing now is actually not part of this motion. Mr. Housefather wants, or you want to put forward another motion to bring them, you can do that. But I will say the motion we're discussing actually does not involve inviting anyone to discuss it. It is the motion that's at hand. Having said that, it's your time, but I just want to be judicious with our arguments. Back to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I just again, returning to the work that this committee does, the precedent that is being set here actually is that this committee is looking at original documents that have already been studied by the Auditor General, and that the Auditor General has already given her analysis on, and that's the precedent. Mr. Desjardins wanted to know from me as a longtime member if I ever signed a non-disclosure agreement. Well, in the context of this committee, well, no, I didn't, because this committee never asked for original documents of this nature. Why wouldn't we ask for them? Because we have the work of the Auditor General before us. Because there are other committees that deal with actual contracts. This committee is a review committee. We review the work that has been done, and we review that work through the lens of the Auditor General, who certainly has the resources, and we can rightfully ask at different times if the Auditor General indeed has all the resources that she or he needs to do their work, and we've had that discussion when we look at the main estimates and when we look at the Auditor General's own annual report about the operations of her office. But coming back to the Auditor General, this is really would have been my preference, is that that we respect the work that the Auditor General did in this case, and j'aimerais lire, en fait.
And I would like to read the conclusion as it's found in the press release of the Auditor General, dated December 6th, 2022, that according to a report by the Auditor General, Karen Hogan, tabled today at the House of Commons, the Public Health Agency of Canada and Health Canada, with the support of PSPC, responded to the pandemic, to the coronavirus pandemic emergency in 2020, and obtained a sufficient number of vaccine doses against COVID-19 so that all people in Canada who wished to be vaccinated could be vaccinated. Vaccines had to be sourced quickly in order to reduce the risk of serious illness and hospitalization and death following COVID-19 within the Canadian population. I think that I don't need to remind people how, when vaccines arrived and members asked if we had spoken with our constituents about this report. This is a public report. It was in the media, and it was discussed. It was discussed publicly, quite openly, and I can tell you that my constituents were very pleased. We're very pleased with the work that was done by our public service, and I was at a clinic recently to get my 5th dose, and it was full. People were there with their children, and it was really something to see. As the nurse said, it's like this every day. Parents are very happy that they're able to come here with their children to get a vaccine. And there was a corner with toys, and there was a play center so that the kids could have a positive experience. So this was really something. And I know maybe it was not the same everywhere. Different messages were being vehicled in other places, but where in my riding, in my region, in Quebec, there was really a lot of appreciation for the fact that vaccines had been developed, that vaccines were purchased, and that they were delivered, and that vaccines did the job that needed to be done. But yes, this is our role here with the Auditor General, to look at contracts in the case of abuse. So to speak to this, I can go back to the AG report, where she says at 9.26 to protect confidential information, confidential commercial information found in commercial agreements, we used public information and non-classified information to estimate that as of May 31st, 2022, the average cost of a dose was approximately $30, excluding taxes. Now, I'm going to pause here because I heard figures earlier saying that elsewhere it was $12 or $16 or other amounts. So I would imagine that when this figure was published, we could have expected to have a huge reaction, a huge public outcry. Why $30 a dose? That's much too expensive. We could have gone to Colombia and to have a cheaper vaccine. But that's not what we heard. No, because Canadians realized, I believe, that this was the price that had to be paid to have a vaccine. And I asked the question during a session that we had on when you're in the middle of a war and you have the opportunity to win, is it afterwards that you say, oh, well, we paid too much to win the war? I think that what we're trying to do is that next time to look at how we can avoid finding ourselves in such a situation, and that was the role played by the Auditor General in the publication of her report. And she continues, the estimated cost of a dose will vary according to different factors, given the variations in the exchange rate and market forces. For example, a supply and demand. So we can think of contracts or different ways. But at the end of the period targeted by the audit, the Government of Canada had spent approximately $5 billion for the 160-some million doses of vaccine between 2020 and May 2022. Mr. Chair, I read media every day, and I follow this closely, and I never heard anyone say, oh my goodness, they paid much too much. It was much too expensive for these vaccines, these life-saving vaccines. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians, oh my goodness, much too expensive. Perhaps if other members have heard these types of complaints, they might be willing to share them with us. And now, another thing that's really important in any report from the Auditor General is their recommendations, right? So we can expect that with the information that the Auditor General was able to provide to us with regards to price and conditions and how the contracts were drawn up, that she could have reached a conclusion, if that was the case, to say, okay, civil servants should negotiate better next time. They should be better negotiators. They should follow standards such as they do in Colombia or something like that, that they should look at different means, that they shouldn't have clauses, confidentiality clauses. She could have said that. The Auditor General could have said that, but she didn't. And the recommendations are the ones such as 9.57 in order to reduce wastage. The Public Health Agency should use the lessons learned in sourcing COVID-19 vaccines and work with other federal organizations and stakeholders in order to readjust management of excess stocks of COVID-19 vaccines. The department agrees.
you're now arguing against even Mr. Housefather's motion. Your argument sounds to me that you're not in favor of any disclosure because of the Auditor General's report.
Monsieur le Président, qu'est-ce que je suis en train de dire, c'est que
What I'm saying here is that, as I was saying earlier on, my preference is to rely on the work done by the Auditor General. I don't like redundancy. I think that other people here feel the same. We have to be efficient in our time management, and we do have a lot of work to be done. That remains to be done, and sometimes, with all my respect for the mandate of this committee, there are no precedents to look at these contracts. We in the past have relied on the work done by the Auditor General, and that was my position. And it was the arguments of my colleague with regards to the fact that when members of the committee want to see contracts, it's important, documents, it's important to find a way to do that. And using this means, well, it's the amendment that is being proposed to say we have to respect the fact, because these contracts it's not a policy document that the government wrote. It's a very specific kind of document. These documents have an impact. They have an impact, and there's a way to speak with other stakeholders. It's normal to have discussions with other stakeholders, and I've seen that in other committees as well. With regards to a witness, where with regards to other types of considerations, sensitive considerations, to find a way, a respectful and acceptable way. And I'm thinking especially of the officials, and they worked extremely hard, and now they are bound to confidentiality, and that they might be penalized by the very fact that some conditions of these contracts might not be respected. But as my colleague suggested in his amendment, one way of proceeding, and if someone wants to move a sub-amendment, I think there's a possibility of doing that. But for me, my preference, I'm able to soften my position and to say I'm here to work with other members, because yes, I do believe in the importance of this committee and the fact that we have to be unanimous when we proceed with studies. And, Mr. Chair, I'll end on that note. Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you. Vaccination is one of the world's greatest public health achievements. For over 50 years, vaccines have helped prevent.
Ms. Yip, I'm going to ask you to get to
I'm going to get
to the
my
point. Okay, thank
I
you.
think I still have like 3 minutes, right? Or so. Or are we going to keep going? I mean, I can, keep going, but, All right, so where was I? Yes.
From the top.
From the top. Thank you for that. All right.
We've got time
then.
too.
Vaccination is one of the world's greatest public health achievements. For over 50 years, vaccines have helped prevent and control the spread of deadly diseases and save the lives of millions of infants, children, and adults. For example, there are vaccines for epidemics such as Ebola, childhood diseases, and debilitating diseases such as polio. Diseases such as yellow fever that are common in some travel destinations. influenza strains that change every year, preventing or treating cancer. Many vaccines are recommended as part of Canadian public health programs to prevent people from getting diseases. This means they are given to large numbers of people. For my riding of Scarborough Agincourt and for many people across Canada, we are so grateful to have vaccines, especially during this COVID period. I would rather protect Canadians. This is about protecting Canadians, not government. I mentioned that we are still procuring vaccines, so why would we want to jeopardize this? Vaccine companies may be reluctant to come or continue to do business or even conduct research. I want to ensure that Canadians are able to have continued access, not just to COVID vaccines, but other vaccines like the flu, HPV, shingles, and other travel vaccines, and much more. It is important that we continue to have the ability to purchase vaccines and that companies feel confident that there will not be a breach to commitments. Also, that choice be there for us to be able to select from a variety of companies to purchase vaccines. I worry that this limits our future ability to have ready access to a variety of vaccines. So I believe that Mr. Housefather's amendment is reasonable and should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fragaskatos.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to my colleague. I think it's important to keep in mind that we are part of the Westminster parliamentary tradition. And in that tradition, the rules and procedures of what we do here, all of that is held together by precedent. So, I note that, Mr. Chair, and I'm sure we're all aware of it because in that big green book that we are given when we're all elected, I'm sure we've read that book. You'll find precedent throughout, cited time and again. In X year, this happened. In Y year that happened, so on and so forth. That's how we keep our tradition going, as I said. That's what holds things together, and not completely, but it is the key. I say this especially because I was surprised to hear tonight, and the comment's been made a few times by colleagues in the opposition, that somehow an NDA constitutes something that is completely outside of the norm. So, for example, us having to consider an NDA, and certainly the arguments have been made that us signing an NDA would be tantamount to it being forced upon us. Intrusive was also used. These kinds of things, I think, have to be understood as situated within this discussion about precedent that I've just made, because it's not as if they would be presented out of nowhere. I say this with reference to a February 2017 report from the Committee of Justice, and I quote directly from it. It is highly relevant for our purposes here tonight, Chair. In the report on page 6, it says as follows. The Minister of Justice discussed the short list of candidates. This is the short list of candidates, Mr. Chair, immediately prior to the appointment of a Supreme Court Justice at the time. Discussed the short list of candidates with only 3 members of the committee, the chair, Mr. Nicholson, and Mr. Rankin, in their roles as committee chair and opposition justice critics, respectively. Now, for those of us that remember, Mr. Nicholson, Rob Nicholson, was Minister of Justice in Canada. Chair, I think, I'm not sure if you served with him. You may have. You did. Certainly someone that, I disagreed with on a range of policy issues. But I don't think his intent as a parliamentarian was ever questioned, and his passion for policy was ever questioned. Mr. Rankin is also mentioned. We know him as a former colleague, Murray Rankin, now serving in the province of British Columbia. A very good man and someone I was quite happy to work with. I mention them because, and the report continues, these members signed a non-disclosure agreement prior to being consulted. So prior to being consulted by the Minister of Justice, they had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. So I think that really is a critical point for our consideration, because if the argument has been made here tonight, as it has been, that the signing of a non-disclosure agreement somehow would breach our parliamentary privilege, that in and of itself, to my way of thinking, is proof that that our parliamentary privilege would not in fact be breached. Are we to think that a former Minister of Justice would go ahead and sign a non-disclosure agreement on the understanding that doing so would be a breach of their parliamentary privilege? I don't think so. Now, Mr. Rankin was not a federal minister, but he's certainly a provincial minister now, and served with a great deal of, he was a very distinguished MP, really quite liked across the aisle. Would he have done that? Would he have signed a non-disclosure agreement thinking that it was a breach of his parliamentary privilege? Certainly not. So all of this, I think, brings to bear the key point that is now on the record, that the inclusion of the point on a non-disclosure agreement in this amendment is not a breach of parliamentary privilege. It's simply not. It's not an unprecedented step. A colleague earlier made the argument that this would somehow is outside the norm, forced upon was the word that was used. I've already said it, but it's worth saying again, that this would interfere and intrude on our role as MPs. It's been done before. It's been done by long-standing members of this House of Commons, elected members of this House of Commons, people who know the rules of parliamentary procedure very, very well. A former Minister of Justice, no less. And Mr. Rankin, if we remember him, and I'm not sure members had the opportunity to work with him very closely, but those that do remember him know him as someone who understood the rules of this place very, very well. Certainly what constitutes parliamentary privilege and what would be a breach of it. He was very well versed in all of those things. So they signed non-disclosure agreements back in 2017. And as a result, they consulted with the Minister of Justice on the short list for the Supreme Court appointment. Is it that outside of, is it that unreasonable that this committee would do the same, have its members do the same? There is precedent for this. This has happened before. And if we believe very seriously, as we should, in the notion that our tradition, our Westminster parliamentary tradition, is important, then I think we should take that incredibly seriously, Mr. Chair, because otherwise what are we left with? We're left with, and this, I suppose, goes back to an argument that was made before about what we do in this place. If we're not paying attention to the rules, if we're not paying attention to things like precedent upon which the rules are based, then we're not doing our jobs as members of Parliament. So I think this is absolutely crucial. And I say this, it was important for me to make clear that the members being referenced are members from other parties. Mr. Nicholson, a Conservative, Mr. Rankin, an NDP member. I point to their record of service not just to illustrate the point, but to try to be, in the spirit of this committee, nonpartisan. It shows that we need to understand and recognize that colleagues from different parties have made a contribution and have lived up to their responsibilities. So I could have pointed to Liberals that have signed NDAs and not certainly have been a breach of parliamentary privilege, but I'm trying to, expand the tent, as it were. So I don't see anything wrong here with us going ahead and doing this, but recognizing the need, again, to be reasonable. If members still have a challenge somehow, even though there is now precedent that we have on the record that signing an NDA does not breach parliamentary privilege, if there's still a question about that, Mr. Chair, then what we can do is to go back to what Mr. Housefather talked about before. In a few days' time, when we reconvene here in Ottawa, we can have public servants from PSPC come and tell us their perspective on this particular issue and where NDAs fit in. I see nothing wrong with this. I think this is completely fair, and it would allow members to question as much as they wish those public servants, to put very pointed questions to the members of the public service. And let's have a conversation about that, because failing that, then I don't think we've considered the issue from all sides, from all perspectives. And I think that would be a disservice to us, Mr. Chair. Again, this is not, I'm not, and by the way, I should have referenced it. Or not referenced it, I should have made absolutely clear that I was citing not just a page on the internet or from some news report, Mr. Chair. I was citing directly from a report of this Parliament. Excuse me, not this Parliament, but you understand what I'm saying. A report that has been issued by the House of Commons, and specifically the Standing Committee on Justice. This is something I think we have to take seriously. Again, and I haven't heard members ask here tonight whether or not the signing of a non-disclosure agreement would somehow constitute parliamentary privilege, a breach of parliamentary privilege. I think I've illustrated the point now by pointing to particular precedents that take us back to 2017. I think the question has been answered. However, we can take time to consider it further. If not in our own deliberations in the coming days, then we can perhaps put the question to the clerk and ask the clerk what they think about this particular issue. We can also go through the Green Book that I talked about before, the rules and procedures of the House of Commons, whichever edition it might be. Be a good idea to consult the most recent one. Perhaps this discussion will make its an appearance in a future edition. Who knows? But I think that when we decide on something as important as this, we take into account all the perspectives, all the various issues at play. Otherwise, we're really not doing our job, are we? So the issue of precedent itself, and Mr. Chair, you might ask, is it just something relating to the Westminster parliamentary tradition? No, I think that if you look at the congressional record, and specifically the rules and procedures that would apply to the American Congress, there too you have, and I know, Mr. Chair, you're a follower of American politics and you're a student of American history, both in your time as a member of Parliament, but in your time as a journalist as well. You will see for yourself, and I invite all other members to do this too, to look in those rules and procedures, and you'll find in the American presidential tradition, and that tradition of presidential democracy, that precedent plays a very important role in establishing rules. And what would be, in that case, a breach of the member, if one is a member of the House of Representatives or senator, what would constitute a breach? The rules that help to establish that are found in precedent. So we now have a clear-cut case, clear-cut examples that illustrate that there is not long-standing necessarily, but there is precedent, certainly, and that's all that matters, just that the precedent exists for us to follow here. So this argument that's been raised here tonight, passionately, I'll admit, by members across the way, is one that I've thought and considered, and there it was in front of me in a report available to us online, and I'm glad to. If members wish to have access to that report, it is public, but I'm glad to email it to fellow members. They can see for themselves, right there in black and white text, that this is something that has happened. And some might make the case, well, it's just one precedent. Well, one is all you need. One is all you need, Mr. Chair. One case. And we've had that established already at the Justice Committee. The argument could also be posed that this is not a precedent that comes from the Public Accounts Committee and instead comes from the Justice Committee. Regardless, I think that we can't mistake the fact that each committee is considered on its own merit. One committee, in other words, is not more important than another. And with that in mind, We have to really take seriously the fact that the examples set from other committees should guide us in all our work and all our deliberations, and in how we approach the issues that come to our attention. That's something that I think deserves real respect. Otherwise, we're not living up to our role here. If we ignore things that have happened in the past, whether it is the very recent past, and I think relatively speaking, 2017, again, the date that this precedent came into fruition, or 1917 for that matter, they count the same, and they help guide us. So these things that, and I'm not blaming my friends in the opposition. It's not as if this is common knowledge. We have so many responsibilities as members of Parliament. I'm not expecting that everyone's memorized the rules and procedures. I certainly haven't of this place. I try to do my best, and it makes for very interesting reading, interesting depending on your definition. Certainly when you're trying to understand what happens at committees and how they work and the ins and outs. I remember as a member of Parliament early in my days, when I was honored enough to be elected in 2015, I remember delving in and reading as much as I could, but I'm certainly no expert. But we need to understand that that offers a guide to us. It certainly offers a particular guide. I make that offer to colleagues. If they wish to take a look at what I've just cited, I'm happy to, because I think it does give us the chance to get past this argument. There's nothing intrusive about what's been proposed. There's nothing that is being forced upon us here, and I think that we ought to move in that direction, Mr. Chair. And I wonder, Mr. Chair, if and I haven't thanked them yet. I probably should have. The translators have been kind enough to us tonight. I think they've been with us for, I believe, 4 or 5 hours now, or whatever it's been. I wonder if we can suspend, Mr. Chair, to give them a break. They've been going for quite a while, and we can pick this up, pick this discussion up. But I do not yield the floor at this point. I just wanted your thoughts on that.
You have the floor.
I'm wondering if we are able to suspend and pick this up at a future meeting because of lack of resources.
No, you have the floor, Mr. Price.
Okay. I will continue happily.
One of your colleagues is next, so.
Okay. All right.
You're not the last.
Right. No, I'm happy to continue. The point was made, and I don't mean it as disrespect when I say that members have missed that we do have previous cases where non-disclosure agreements have been signed by MPs. They have been, and that's something that is, I think, central to what we're trying to sort out here tonight. I also made reference to it before, but maybe I can put it back to you, Chair, and to the clerk to sort that question out once and for all, because I'm no authority on this. Perhaps it can be looked at further by the clerk to understand whether or not I'm actually correct in my assessment. But I think that this point about precedent is something that can't be dismissed. So I have some other thoughts, Chair, but I don't want to take up time from others. If others have, you said there's others that have a point that they wanted to make. So,
Mr. Housefather, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, again, make the point. It's clear we're not going to reach agreement tonight. It's clear that we have homework to do on our side to go back and figure out with the department whether or not there's a way to do this without NDAs, without having risk or having lots of risk and understanding that risk. So in my proposal, what I would suggest is that the committee gives us the time to go back, to contact the suppliers, to see whether or not the suppliers are amenable to another solution, and then to allow a representative of the department, if we haven't found that solution that's acceptable to the committee in between meetings, to have a representative of the department in camera present to the committee why they're concerned from a legal standpoint, and then the committee can decide whether or not they accept that argument or not. And at that point, I very willingly, at the end of that presentation, will either withdraw my amendment in the event that I feel that the explanation is not warranted, or we'll have an immediate vote on it, because I think my colleagues and I will all agree that we'll vote immediately on it, as opposed to taking up everybody's time talking forever and not coming to any point. So, Mr. Chair, that would be what I would propose to the committee. I don't want to yield the floor because I'm afraid that if I do, then then we'll just keep going. I don't know if we have any kind of agreement on that or not, but that's what I would propose.
Go ahead, Mr. Housefather.
All right, well then, Mr. Chair, since I'm looking around at the faces, that's what I propose we make happen, and then I move to adjourn.
Well, you can't move to adjourn. There's no other votes, names on the speaking list. Clerk, call the question, please.
Clerk, sorry, Chair.
Adjourn. To point of order, why can I not move to adjourn?
Just one second. You can't move to adjourn the meeting. Oh, you can move, so we have to vote on that? All right, we'll vote on that. There's a motion ahead to adjourn the meeting. Clerk, call the vote.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Mr. Housefather,
Yes.
Wait.
Lors de la prochaine
Does this mean that we will start up again at the next meeting, that the debate will start up again? We're not adjourning the issue.
Meeting.
Mais est-ce qu'on peut juste s'assurer que nous allons...
Can we make sure that the debate where we left off will be renewed? That's where we'll pick it up? Yes, I imagine so. But I don't think it's 100% clear. One moment, please.
Okay, thank you.
Members will have the option of returning to this motion or of going to report 6. So yes, our priority would be this motion, yes. So yes, we still have the amendment on the motion. I want to make sure for the process, so at the next committee meeting, we're going to vote again to see if we're going to speak to this amendment or automatically we're starting with this issue. Yes, it's still up for discussion. So we're starting off the debate. We're picking it up. Yes, we're continuing the debate. At the next meeting, we're picking up the debate. Yes, on the amendment, on your motion, correct? Yes.
Chair's discretion to resume.
Yes, but because it's a motion, it can interject other business. So to end the meeting, we could pick it up at the first available opportunity. So I'm going to continue the roll call to adjourn the meeting.
so apologies. I will go back. Miss Bradford,
To adjourn? Yes, please. Please.
Mr. Housefather,
Yes.
Mr. Fragiskatos,
Yes.
Ms. Shanahan, Ms. Yip,
Yes.
sorry, Dr. Hellis. No. Mr. Cram,
No.
Mr. McCauley,
Thank you.
Madame Sinclair de Gagny,
Non.
Mr. Desjarlais,
Yes.
yeas pour 6, nays contre 4, 4.
We are adjourned.